smooth. Let's see. I think all I was trying to do here is figured some shit out last night, but I need to get there to do it. I was like, man. At first, I was like, shit. I got to go back to the drawing board because I learned something that I never knew before. And I was like, damn, maybe it's too late. And then I'm like, no, it's not too late. You know that at least, I'm not saying it's true just because I saw it on the internet, but apparently, did you know you can double haste? It never triggered in my head. I figured if you got a mage running haste, then the other mage can run something else. Why not both mages run haste? Theoretically, the only way that wouldn't work is if they just don't stack. But I believe, like, if one mage is running frost weapons, another mage can run frost weapons too. I think they don't stack. You don't get double frost weapons. At least I don't think you do. It's just either the mage with the higher magic or the one who sustains it last. Right? So if there'll be a way to find out. We're just gonna.
So the closer you
if it doesn't work,
surface, the higher class you are.
Probably no big deal.
Unless you're actually
we won't have really lost anything. I think it's worth a try to see for ourselves. It also could be a PC thing that doesn't work on console. That's likely. Let's come here later.
News of the hour. Lord Harrowmont entrenched in the past. How long?
Entrenched in the past. But there used to be a nug back here too, but I guess not. Anyway. From what I understand, they don't stack, though. They don't stack Songs of Courage. But I don't know if they do or not. I heard they didn't. I don't really know. Don't really know a way to test that on console either.
Thief! Who would dare take from the memories? Warden, I'm outraged. A thief in the Shapered.
That's the reason I always let, like, if I'm going to run two of those, or if I'm going to have two people that can run it, I just let Liliana do it and make her high cunning so that she can benefit from all that. And then I just go dex like I'm doing right now. And that seems to work well. But I don't know. I mean, I'd have to go cunning too to make it worthwhile. If that's the thing. I mean, do they stack? Like stack. Like, for example, one way to test it would be to run Song of Courage with one rogue and then go look at, like, Alistair. And go look at his stats and look what his critical chance is. And see, I think critical chance and damage, right? And then you activate it yourself. And then go look at Alistair again and see, like, if his crit chance went up like 2% or 3% or something, see if it went up another couple percent. If it changed at all, right? That would be a way to test that. First person to cast Song Courage gets all the benefits from the second person along with his own. Oh, so the only person that it stacks with is the person that's casting it? What if your cunning is higher than the other person that casts it?
I did. He was bald, with the most garish brand across his head. Almost like he took pride in being castless. Imagine. He's probably in the slums somewhere. As if he'd find a buyer for a stolen tome in Dust Town.
Well, the bona fide most easiest way to verify that it stacks, I can tell you this, because it's supposed to give you critical chance based on the cunning of the person, of the caster, or whatever you want to call it, right? Based on the cunning of the rogue. So regardless of what your cunning is or the other rogue's cunning is, if you have any at all, it should at least do something. So, like, let's say Leliana has a really high cunning and I have a much lower cunning, but I decided to roll with Bard too. Turn it off for both, and then go turn it on Alistair. You know, turn it on and then go look at Alistair. Like, let Leliana activate it, then go look at Alistair. Specifically his damage and his critical chance, right? If you can see those stats. And if they go up, okay, cool, which they should. And then if you turn yours on too, especially if your cunning is a little bit lower, if it doesn't affect anything, then it just goes with the highest cunning. If it has any effect at all, his stats should go up by at least 1 or 2, you know, something. You know what I'm saying? If it stacks. But I mean, stacks means that if I give you 3% crit chance with a buff and somebody else has the exact same buff, that means if both of us do it, you should have 6%. If you're not getting 6%, then it doesn't stack. That's what I'm saying. But did you test it on somebody besides yourself? Meaning, like, if you're playing a rogue and then Liliana's playing a rogue, for example, did you test it on a third person to see if it actually stacks? Like, I mean, if it just does for you, I guess that's something. I don't think that personally justifies some point or two of damage and maybe a couple points of critical chance. I don't know that justifies investing into, and cunning does affect the bonus that you get. Like, it specifically says that. The amount of cunning you have affects how much benefit you get from Song of Courage. Like, it specifically says that. Now, if it's lying and that's not true, then I don't know, but...
Oh, pardon me. Were you looking for a particular volume? Not that I could really help. I don't know the libraries very well. I'm just doing some research.
I personally wouldn't roll with that if it was just my rogue that got any kind of extra benefit anyway. Now, like, if I turn it on for myself and I get 1%, and then Liliana turns it on, and now all of a sudden I've got 4%, did you go back and look and see if you turned your shit off and it's not still 4%? Because maybe she has more cunning than you do? You know, that type of thing too? That's kind of what I'm talking about. I want to see if it stacks. Now, we may be saying the same thing. You know, you got to. I can talk. You got to type. So I mean, I get that. You may be saying the exact same thing. And if you say you already checked it out, cool. I mean, that's cool. I just don't. I don't know. I feel like it's a big investment for a small return to run cunning with both rogues. And yeah, you don't have to invest in cunning at all, and you can run Song of Courage. It will do something for everybody, a little something. But if you got a cunning rogue that's got like cunning up around the 80s and 90s, the benefit from Song of Courage is pretty significant. It's at least damage and crit chance, but I think it affects attack too. I gotta go look at Liliana and see it. Oh, here, I'll show you what I'm talking about. This is what I'm reading, and tell me if what it says is wrong.
I was looking for something about the Orton Tig. It was lost during the last Blight, and there aren't many records left. They were a noble house once, descended from the Paragon Orton, who composed the grand epic of the Seven Brothers and the Ortonic Symphony. My mother's family believes they were descended from Kalana Orton, who was training in Orzammar when the Tig fell. I'm even named for the house, Orta. Unfortunately, any records would be buried in the Tig's ruins, somewhere in the deep roads. A Grey Warden? Mother always said that if anyone could find the Tig, it was the Wardens. I hear Prince Balin and Lord Harrimont have both been sending out small teams these days. Yes, if you can find the Tig in any records, that could do it. That could prove I'm a noble. If you could. Maybe now that you're looking. It's almost too much to hope.
Okay, so like, I'll show you what I'm thinking anyway. Let me make sure I even know what I'm trying to say. Okay, so, all right, so Song of Courage. It's attack, damage, and crit chance. It is attack. It's attack as well. So like attack, damage, and crit chance. And the size of the bonuses are affected by the Bard's cunning. That's why when you said cunning doesn't matter, I'm like, are you sure we're talking about the same thing? because cunning specifically determines what bonus you get from this. So like my cunning, where am I? Okay, my cunning is only 16 right now, and Liliana's is 52. So, all right, so if I look at Alistair, down over here at the bottom, I think you can find his crit chance too somewhere, can't you? Is crit chance not on there? Oh, that's Dragon Age 2. Still, the damage is there, right? So damage is 70. Oh, okay. No, that's not what I was saying. What I'm saying is, like, for example, it showed my cunning 16, Leliana's is 52. If I activate mine and I see that my or somebody else's damage goes up by a point, right? And then I activate Liliana's and all of a sudden it goes up like 5 points. Did it go up 4 more points? Or is that just 5 points replacing the much smaller buff that I'm giving because my cunning is lower? Meaning, like, okay, what's his damage right now? 70. So let's say I activated my shit right now. Let's say I had it and it said 71. Just 71. Just for example, right? And then Liliana goes and turns hers on.
It's done.
And now his shit says, did I say 70? Did it just go down? 64.7. Hold on. Did I say? I thought it just said 70. Yeah, hold on. Am I tripping? I think I'm tripping. Was it 60? So it went up almost 5 points? $64.7. Dude, what the fuck? Now that it's off, it's 64 point. Hold on a second. Is that the right? See something. Oh, that's the wrong one. Sorry. Okay, sorry. I had the other one on her hotkey. That was on her hotkey. My bad. Okay, so it looks like he's sitting at 64.7. When I turn one on, I turn the other off. So this should make it 70, right?
Indeed.
This will make it a straight 70. So he's getting what? A little over 5 points right now for 50-something cunning. That's decent. That's a decent damage upgrade. But anyway, so now to say like 70 straight, right? Yeah, so 70. All right, so here's the thing. That's because she turned it on. And let's say my cunning's 16, and I turned it on. Would it have gone to... Yeah, no, I know what happened. I just had the wrong thing on the hotkey. But anyway, so if I turned it on, let's say it went up to 65.7 or 66. And then Leliana turns it on, and it goes to 70. Does that mean it's stacked like 1 and then another 4? No, Leliana's giving him 5.3 just by herself. So if I went and turned mine off, does that mean it would drop any? Or just that hers overrode mine because hers is higher? She has the stronger buff. Do you see what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Now, if they stacked, then his damage would be like 71.3. Or that extra point that I'm giving. That's what I mean by stack. Oh, okay. Okay. So you get what I'm saying. All right, so it literally adds to it even if it's just a little bit. Oh, that's cool. Well, then haste should work. All right, anyway. All right. Hello, Ariel. What's going on? Yeah, we're just experimenting here, talking about stuff. So yeah, so she's giving 5.3 based on her cunning stack. If Mike's cunning of 16 would only probably give like half a point. So theoretically, what you're saying is if I turn mine on and then she turned hers on, he would be sitting at 70.5. If I gave literally like a half point, it would add to it, regardless of who turned theirs on first or whatever. That's what you're saying. Still, I don't know if that's worth it at the end of the day, but I mean, still. If it did it for everybody in the party, then cool, because if I'm rolling like that, then I'm rolling with a party like I've got right now. You know, we've done all this right now, and we haven't even gone to go get win yet, because we're just experimenting, playing around and shit.
I finished.
Let's massive there. Anyway.
When I last walked this hall, Endrin was king and Orzammar was at peace. The memories.
Yeah, doesn't Shale buffs other ranged too, right? She buffs your ranged.
I apologize
as
Warden.
well.
I should not burden a stranger with such thoughts.
Party ranged. I've heard people doing that.
The shaper of
or just
memories.
rolling, if they play an archer, just rolling Shale and themselves and then whatever. Not a whole archer party, but the same type of thing.
The Grey Warden's visit has been recorded in the memories, along with all who accompany you. That is an odd request, especially for one so new to our city. I thought so. This is not the first time he's made this plea.
It's not the first time
My answer to Brother Burkle hasn't changed.
He's made it clear that he's touched in the head.
On what basis would you have me insult the ancestors and
Insult
overturn
the-
2,000 years of
On
tradition?
what terms would you have me pollute the stone?
He seems a charitable man, but that is a thin thread on which to tie Orzammar's traditions. Very well, he may hold a prayer meeting as he requested, if not build a new temple to his god. At least the words would come from one of our own. Now, is there anything more? I will record this conversation in the memories. I hope I do not come to regret it.
There's, what, 2 more key to the city things, right? I think there's one in the... Might be one in here. Or no, this is where the thing actually shows up, right? Right over here by where this asshole is. Fuck you. How are you gonna bother with that dude?
The assembly is in session. Enter quietly if you wish to observe.
I suggest you have a taste of my family's mace.
Your mind has gone to dust if you think we would pass through it. Half our houses would go broke without the surface trade.
The proposal is only effective until we have a king to ensure we are respected by the surfacers.
Leaving you conveniently positioned to take over all contracts. I'll see your head on a pike first.
Deshers, lords and ladies of the assembly. I've already doubled the guard to prevent violence. Must I summon more?
Steward Bandalore, Balin's sympathizers are tying our hands with trivialities. They may as well open us to the sky.
I suggest we put the matter to a vote.
And I suggest you have a taste of my family's mace.
Enough. The Assembly is in recess until the members can regain control of their emotions.
Just give this my family's mace. I wish that's how congressmen actually really got shit done. That'd be great. Man.
Stone-forsaken fools and dusters. I'm sorry. This is the Assembly of the Clans. Only dashers and occasional guests of state are allowed in. Forgive me. I am so exhausted. I completely forgot about the message from the gate guard. Welcome to Orzammar, Warden. I hope you can forgive our unrest. The loss of our king has hit us hard. Respect for your role is great, but you won't receive a proper hearing until we have a king on the throne. Troubling, but it will still seem distant compared to the empty throne. The Assembly is blind to all else. Dulan Ferender, Harriman's man, can be found at the Harriman estate. Vartag Gavorn, Prince Balin's II, is often here in the Assembly. I only wish there was more I could do for you.
Like American politicians, I believe, like way back then, they'd call each other out to duels. You know, like, I mean, like, okay, well, your opinion makes you worthy of death, so let's just go settle this. You know, some shit like that. And I think that really stems from English, the UK and stuff. The dueling at so many paces and all that. That was some real shit. And then they kind of took it into the West with high noon showdowns and shit. A lot of that stuff is, you know, glorified by the movies and shit, but there was stuff like that. Shit happened. Now, you know, I'm sure it's been embellished over the years, but I mean, yeah, you just go settle your shit in the middle of the street. Tell everyone you get inside in case one of you's a bad shot, you know, that type of shit. It happened. I do seem to remember there was one, I think it might have been Sam Houston. I don't want to start making shit up. I just saw a video on him by the Fat Electrician, who I really like his historical take on things, because it just puts it in a way that, I don't know, you want this dude teaching your history class. That's all I know. If you know who I'm talking about, then if you know, you know. If you don't, it's worth a watch. He's got some really cool stuff. A lot of World War II stuff, but some other things too. And he talks about Sam Houston. Sam Houston was somehow like the president of Texas, then the governor of Texas, then, I don't know, fucking a senator or congressman or something, and then something else, and then like a governor of Tennessee, and then the man did like 9 different things and stuff. But apparently he was one of those that if you really just couldn't understand, well, he just beat it into you type of thing, if I remember right. Yeah, there's been a few of those down through the years.
I heard there was a Grey Warden here. I am Dulan Ferender.
I mean, back when you could be dueled at any moment,
King Endrin's
you learned that if you were going to make a threat, it wasn't going to be some idle shit.
The surface may suffer a blight.
None of this
It is shameful we are not in a
pussy criminal pedo shit that they do in government now. Oh no, you wouldn't get away with that for 5 seconds. Not even 5 seconds. Yeah, they'd be voting on somebody new in about an hour. Yeah, you know what I mean?
That may be, and that is a terrible risk for the surface. But even if the world would end tomorrow, Lord Harrowmont cannot ignore Balin today.
I love his videos because he'll make some shit that I never heard of or wouldn't find interesting at all. Actually, kind of interesting. You know, like, wow, that's actually fucking cool as shit. Actually, it's not all war stuff. I'd say probably about 80-90% of it is. He did one really good one on the origins of Coca-Cola and how that has carried over to today from where it began and what happened and how it played a part in World War II. Did you know that Coca-Cola played a part in World War II? And that's also where Fanta came from, was World War II. Because once the Nazis pretty much took over Europe, they couldn't have Coke anymore, so they had to make their shit out of whatever they could find. So that's where Fanta came from. And then when America won, well, guess who else won? Coke did. So guess who got all the Coca-Cola plants that were now making Fanta? Coca-Cola did. So now they got Fanta, and I think Minute Maid and a couple others. But yeah, just cool shit, right? Just like I never knew that. And if you lived at least for a little while, like, I don't know, if you remember the 80s and 90s, then you remember the battle of Pepsi and Coke and how that shit went down. And then he did another video on how Pepsi went and said, well, since we can't compete with Coke, we're just going to make people drink our shit. You ever wonder why, like, at Taco Bell and Pizza Hut and certain places, all you could have was Pepsi? The food was mediocre, or at least, or it basically just sucked. It was probably overpriced. But if you're going to get something to drink, it's going to be a Pepsi product. They just went and bought a bunch of franchises and said, we're going to make people drink our shit. Literally. Did y'all ever realize that's what's behind that? Like, it's interesting shit to me, because it's like, wow, that actually really just did happen, didn't it? That's kind of cool. It's kind of behind the scenes shit.
That's a generous offer. If you mean it, you might attend the proving today.
Now, Fanta came from World War II.
Seriously.
Coke had bottling plants in
anyone
Europe.
Found some way to blackmail or intimidate House Harriman's best fighters.
They couldn't get the formula anymore because of wartime. You know, the Nazis were not asking America for the Coca-Cola formula to be shipped over there so they could make their shit. Very centralized and very specific, the Coca-Cola formula. Like, it wasn't some secret recipe that's behind some vault like Fort Knox. I mean, that's a fun fairy tale. But on the flip side, to make it, you pretty much have to go through distributors who are exclusively not allowed to sell you their shit because they sell it exclusively to Coca-Cola. Like, how do you get the shit from coca plants without having any cocaine in it, but still get whatever that is that gives all the other benefits? And it's a specific extract, and it's in a specific way. And if anything like that ever shows up in anybody else's shit, guess what Coke's gonna do? Because they've had that cornered for over 100 years. Just little shit like that. It's pretty cool. It's worth a listen.
It would certainly make your loyalties loud and clear. Balin would never work with anyone who humiliated him.
Especially like India.
No fear of meeting with you then.
India. What'd you call that? Yeah, Asia too, right? I mean, I guess Asian. I mean, not Orient Asia, but Asia, right? Or whatever. I don't know. Sitting here trying to view a map or whatever, but yeah, pretty much, yeah. Anything east of New York. And it's not like it's not popular here. And a lot of people have come here from elsewhere, and so they brought that love for Fanta with them. So you see Fanta on the shelves everywhere you go here. I'd say more so than you did in the past. I didn't see Fanta on every fucking Coke shelf when I was a kid. That's something here just in the last, I don't know, the last generation or so. I would say that's fair. Right. I can say without a shadow of a doubt, especially like say in the summertime, you're going to get a cold fruity drink. You got Crush. You did not get. You never saw Fanta in a soda machine, Coke machine, even Coke machines. You still didn't see Fanta. You would find Crush. Sometimes you find Mr. Pibb, down in the South anyway, which is kind of a Dr. Pepper knockoff, but Dr. Pepper had their own products. I think people on Dr. Pepper, they might, oh, the OG recipe? I'd get you high as fuck. It was a large percentage of cocaine. Drink a Coke, your face is gonna go numb. It'll wake you up though, at least for a little bit. Yeah, it was basically cocaine, caffeine. Originally, it was, you'd have to go watch the, because he breaks it down on what it went through. When Prohibition came around, they had to take the wine or the alcohol out of it, but originally it was like wine, cocaine, and caffeine. Basically, I don't know if it was seltzered or, you know, carbonated or whatever. And then Prohibition came around, and then they had to make it water, caffeine, and I think you could still put the cocaine in it, but it tasted like shit, so they had to throw in a shit ton of sugar. So that was essentially what it was. And then the cocaine got outlawed, and so then they had to keep the same taste and vibe, I guess, to it, so they found a way to extract from the coca leaf, but remove any pharmaceutical effect from it, but still keep the same. It's got to give it some certain flavor or something. It's got to do maybe an aftertaste or something that's just special to it. And they changed a bunch of that stuff in the 80s, and New Coke came out. I remember that whole thing, and then Pepsi was battling the shit out of them, and it was Cherry Coke, and there was some other things that started popping off, and they did a taste test, and people actually did. Well, all caramel is burnt sugar. So did they boil the sugar to make a syrup out of it? I know there's caramel coloring. All caramel is basically what, burnt sugar and butter. I don't believe there's any butter in Coke at all. But that doesn't mean I know what I'm talking about. I just don't think so.
Excellent. The arena is located off.
There's caramel coloring in it. Or at least there used to be.
And tell him you're entering
Caramel coloring.
Haramont's roster. The key fighters we lost were Guidon and Beisel. You can look at
if
them
you
in the
looked
preparation
at
chambers behind the ring.
When the Coke bottle where it got thin at the top, if you look through it in the sun,
no one may change the
you could
roster.
see like a dark caramel type color.
I will wait in the Tapster's Tavern off the Commons. There is no better place to hear gossip. Perhaps a word of your victory.
Yeah, they went through all kinds of changes in the 80s. They did a taste test, and people actually preferred Pepsi. But so when they tried to give them Pepsi instead of Coke, they said, no, fucking Coke. Because Coke was like this nostalgic American thing. It's like, I don't care if coffee tastes better than tea. You're not going to get all the Brits to just start drinking coffee. It's if you weren't going to get Americans to start drinking Pepsi. You just weren't going to do that. Do you know where Coke got most of its global bottling and distribution ability from? World War II. You know who built those bottling plants in Allied-friendly spaces? The American taxpayer did. Coke's like, we'll still send all these Cokes so that our GIs can, shoot a mortar and drink a fucking ice cold Coke, even on the front lines. And boy, that was a flex right there. The Germans and fucking the communists and everybody else are out there, starving in their freezing bunkers, and here's Americans over here with damn near eating fucking McDonald's and drinking ice cold Cokes on the front line. Maybe it wasn't all that cushy, but I mean, it was a thing. And so Coke was like, we'll keep getting drinks to our troops. We just need to be able to get it there. We can't be shipping that shit from halfway around the world. So America and America's military did what they do best. Built up some shit real quick and made it industrial and made it military grade and made it real fucking big. And I guess these bottling plants are still around the entire globe basically today. And then the ones that were recaptured that weren't blown the fuck up in like Germany and Europe and stuff. Yeah, Coke got those back too, plus the license and title and everything to Fanta and all that too, so then they just expanded even more. Yeah. And since then, look, if if I'm going to go in the store and say, I'm going to go get something to drink, what are you going to go get to drink? I'm either going to get a soda, some people will say a pop, which is soda pop. Pop what? Because of the bubbles, right? Soda, pop, or I'm going to get a Coke. Even if I buy a Pepsi, I'm still going to call the motherfucker a Coke. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's just, I mean, that's just marketing ingrained from, dude, if my mom wanted me to go to sleep, she did not put milk in my bottle. She put Coke in my bottle to make me go the fuck to sleep. Because I would be up at 3 a.m. because that's how I've always been since I was born. I'm still that way. I mean, it's what? Yeah, it's 2:30. It's going on 3 a.m. This is a long time later, and yeah, I haven't changed a bit. I'm not lying. You know, dude, that's bad for a baby. It put me to fucking sleep. Drink a Coke, have a Coke and a smile. Yeah, you could say that a lot about a lot of things, and you would not be wrong. I mean, that statement implies a whole lot more than it says. You know what I mean? Need to rewind the clock. Shit. In how many different ways? But yeah, true story, right? Dude, we're gonna have half the game done before we even go get win. This is not how I would have planned this. It's not like it's not kind of fun though, so
I can't do that.
we're still doing things, I guess. Oh, this is like the big experiment.
Danger approaching.
Coming.
Witness! Get them!
I'll get on it. Got it.
Let's end this.
That's a lot of blood.
What's going on? By the ancestors.
Good on you, Warden. You caught them in the act. Guess desperate times drive people to strange things.
Thieves tunneling in. So, nah, they can't have anything to do with one another, can they? So you've got the, if you ever played Fallout 3, there's a, after you leave the vault, I think it's called Springvale or something. Anyways, it's that first little village. You can go, you know, explore, you know, loot a couple things, go in a couple buildings, maybe, whatever. And then it's got I guess you could call it a boss base. It's got like your first, you know, organized thing where you gotta, you know, kill all the bad guys and then find all the good stuff, right? Underneath, there's these mining tunnels filled with ants, and the ants had like killed all the raiders off, so the raiders had to stop. But you know what those tunnels were? They're trying to burrow into Vault 101. That's literally what they were doing at that schoolhouse, trying to burrow into Vault 101. I don't think there's any reference here, but that's what it reminds me of.
That about wraps it up.
I think there's a revenant here. There is. So if I know double haste actually really works, I'm wondering exactly how we're going to test it though. Like I could turn it off in combat and then turn it on individually in combat and see if like there's going to be a speed spike and there's going to be another speed spike. The cool thing is it's going to make Alistair 100%. Me, well, 50%. 50% is the cap, though.
You will learn to fear me.
Let's see what you're made of.
You'll get no mercy from me. I never liked this part.
Got it. I'll get it. Strike at me if you dare. Can I get you a hand? You can get off my back.
Gave us was just the sword, not even like a copper piece. Or if you count the deep roads, yeah, I would say it's easily the biggest one. You could say the forest, but if you the forest really isn't that big, but it repeats itself a lot. And I'm not talking about just the areas where you like loop back. I'm talking about like areas that you go back through and like 5 different things happen in the same spot just depending on when you go there. Like there's content. That's what they would call content today. There's content there. But just as far as pure size, oh yeah. Because if you put all the ties together, some of them aren't all that big. They're winding tunnels, but as far as area goes, they're not all that big. They are when you're first going through them because you're trying to keep track of where you're at. After you've done it a few times, it's like, oh, this place isn't as big and long as I remember. Kind of like the circle tower. If you add the fade to it, it's pretty decent size. You can take Denerim and you can think of all the back roads, and then you put Dracon Tower on top of it, and it's okay. Yeah, I'd definitely say Orzammar. In counting the deep roads. And then Shale has a DLC there, and yeah. As far as time consuming though, yeah, I'd still say so. I was about to say, if not, then it would be the circle as far as just time.
It is done.
The circle has a lot of backtracking that you have to do. I mean, if you want all the fonts, that's the primary reason for even going there. I think theoretically you can actually skip it. Technically. I think you can do a couple things, get Redcliffe done, just bypass a bunch of shit, and you can beeline through the game in a way. Certain things you have to do. You got to do Haven to do Redcliffe, to finish Redcliffe. So I guess there is that, right?
I can't do that.
It's done.
I can't do that.
Damn.
What now?
Sucks to not have any cunning at all. That means I'm not going to be able to open half the friggin' chests in the circle.
Be 2 years tomorrow. By all the holy sodding ancestors, how can you people just ignore that?
Bronca didn't go alone, Op. She took the whole house, everybody but you. So just get over to Tapster's and drown yourself already. You know as well as I do that's how this always ends.
You think I'm afraid of some cub warrior who's barely off the teat? Ha!
You lift a weapon or attack a single citizen in Orzammar, and you're stripped of your caste and exiled. Even you can't have forgotten that. Get out of here before I call a guardsman.
Sure, I got this. I'm sure I did. That's the key to that's the key to the city one that you can miss. The last one should be in the proving. So yeah. Yeah, Dagna. Dagna, she's your arcanist in Inquisition.
So, I've been hearing rumors that a certain wine merchant is falling behind on his payments.
Slums Thug. What a name. How'd you like to have an NPC name like that? forever.
What about the
I'm a
expenses
slums
your
thug
friend Jarvia
with a
incurs
stupid-looking hat.
Providing your protection. It's not easy ensuring nothing bad happens.
Anybody notice the circle symbol on the dwarven shields?
Burn everything in your store.
It's a circle symbol on that dwarven shield. Oh, by the way, almost everybody in the dwarven assembly is wearing mage robes. And you even get a staff as a gift.
Jarvia's not happy with your promises, old
From dwarves.
Now let's go inside and see.
Circle symbols, mage robes, and staffs. Oh, and revenants everywhere. Oh, and a fucking, dragon blood magically bound in the throne room. Yeah, from the chantry. Or was the chantry from that? Are you putting the cart before the horse? It's a good question, right?
This is all I have right now. I could get more if I sell something.
Well, well, looks like we have a visitor. Friend of yours?
Is there a problem here, friend? Are these men threatening you?
Please, don't get involved with this. You don't know what they're like.
Then allow me to make some introductions. These are dangerous times in Orzammar, stranger. Lucky us, the merciful Jarvia is offering protection from the chaos. You're wearing some fancy stuff there. Might make you a target.
I love this.
So if you want the Carter's guarantee of safety, it's yours.
The Stranger Safety Fund
of 10 gold sovereigns. Or I can't say what might happen.
It sounded like a threat.
Are you going to make your donation to the Stranger Safety Fund? Or do I have to show you how dangerous Orzammar is?
Stranger Safety Fund. Show me.
Whatever you say, lady.
All right. We are not alone. Got him. Now's better than later.
Everybody's getting fucking paralyzed. I told you Morgan wrecked some
What
shit.
have you done? Great ancestors, he's dead. In my store. I have to get out of here. I have to hide. Jarvia will hunt me down for this. I've never met her, of course. They say she never leaves Dusttown. That's the older area of the city where the casteless congregate. She's the one directing this depravity. Since good King Endron died, they're getting bolder. I wouldn't be surprised if her men come after me in the Diamond Quarter itself. Back to work? I can't stay here after that. Jarvia will be looking for me. Actually, we shouldn't be talking here. I need to run.
Usually you get at least a split second where you can bargain with them. I don't remember whether he has anything you actually want to buy, but whatever. Still, it'd be nice if, you know... Hey, okay, can I buy whatever you got before you flee town and go to the surface, or whatever you're gonna go do? Probably doing the dwarf a damn favor. Oh, there's a note. Can you imagine how fast you'd walk with double haste? It'd be almost double, because you move faster. That's what I like about haste over momentum.
You're the best
You
rider
literally
I've
move
ever
faster.
seen. But there's more out there.
And if you're in stealth, if you're actually like using stealth,
And thus I cloak my naked villainy.
like even if you're slowed down by stealth, you'd still be going faster than normal speed, right? There's Dagna. I haven't even been to the circle yet. I literally haven't.
Andraste teaches that patience is the child of wisdom, but I'm eager to hear if you've seen the Shaper. Oh, praise the Maker! You truly walk in the light, friend. I already found a convert among the merchants who offered his shop as a temporary chantry. It's just by the tapsters. Please, come to our first service.
Okay. Yeah. Right. Sure. Dude, these daggers are so sick. There's a dagger just like this, but just a little bit better. It's not Dragon Bone. It's what's the next one up? You only see it in you have to go to Awakening. Once you go to Awakening, you can never come back. But it's the damage is like 6.8, I think, or 7. I think it's 6.8. I forget what it's called. There's a material that's tier 8. There's a tier 8 material. That's Augur. Haven't bought that yet. Okay, cool. $210 plus 4. That's 610. Dude, that's so sick. They're actually better. Yeah, they even look more legit, I think. Any more of these yet? God damn it. I've got some stuff I can put on. I just gotta wait till I get to oh, that's one big reason I'm here. So I can get enough strength. See, one thing, when I make a Dex rogue, I don't put a single point into anything but Dex. Every single point goes into Dex. I mean, maybe I'll put a point into Cunning if there's something I want. Like 1 point. Or something. But, like, that makes no difference.
The highlight of underground existence, I take it.
Hey, there's beer kegs. There's huge beer kegs that are 10 times bigger than any dwarf. That counts for something. That's the key to the city. I can go grab that now. Right now, if I want to. Maybe we don't have to do the proving right now. I would kind of like to do some things without. Yeah, I'd kind of like to do some things without having to, Okay. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, we don't... We'll just kind of pretend, White steel? That doesn't sound right. It might be the metal that meteorite meteor ore is made from. Star, you know, like, what is it, Starfang or whatever? It might be that. I could go Google it real quick. I'm just not going to, but I could go Google it. All right, I want to go get the key to the city. That's the main reason I'm here. Do some shit at the Circle Tower. I want to go get Wynn, get our party together. Before I literally like do like 80% of every single thing in the game, and then just come back and clean that shit up with Wynn and say, well, it was nice playing with Wynn for an hour, and now we're done. I would like to see if we play the game on a more legit, straight up way that This double haste thing is what's got me. If it works, cool, we can finish playing. But if it works, I know it works. You understand what this means? It's considered tier 8, so what is it made out of? White steel? Maybe that's it. Maybe that's it. But the dagger looks like, see the dagger on the right? That's Rose's Thorn. It's identical to Rose's Thorn, it just does a little more damage. It's like +1 more dex, like +5 more critical damage or backstab damage. Outside of that, it's basically the same thing. I think maybe it has a different elemental damage built in or something. Not really sure. But yeah. But you combine that with this, and that's the two strongest dual daggers that you can have. Another good option, without going in there, is the there it is the Dragon Bone Crow Dagger with 3 rune slots and the 30% backstab damage. It should have 30. Maybe it's just 15. Anyway, anything like that. All right, so okay, this is good. Now I can put on backhands. 10%. I think Liliana already has these. No, she doesn't. Give those to her. Cool, cool.
Grey Warden arrives in Orzammar, most likely to pay respects to the...
Yeah, that's the way to go. Elven Blood Mage, man. That's the shit right there. So many cool things you can do with it, too. No matter what I experiment with, though, I always go back to ice. Friggin' Blizzard, Winter's Grasp, Cone of Cold, Blood Wound. That's it. I mean, what else did you need? Just freeze everybody, and then you get shatters and backstabs and shatters and crits and shatters, and it's just delicious, man. It is like absolutely delicious. Like literally, what else do you need? Absolutely nothing. And if this double haste shit works, here's what I'm thinking. If I replace Alistair and do sword and board myself, I'm gonna draw the threat anyway, so aggro's gonna be easy as long as I can stay alive somehow, right? But if I go ahead and roll with that, I can get Morgan and Wynn together to give me double haste, and then have Liliana with me as an off tank with daggers. What about lightning? It's friendly fire. All you do with lightning is kill your companions. I don't know a way to use lightning at all ever without killing your companions instantly, non-stop all the time. All elements are friendly fire, but cold doesn't do too much to your companion. Just don't hit them with Cone of Cold. Blizzard doesn't really hurt your companions. Not really. They'll take some damage, but whatever. It fucks with your enemies really bad, though. Lightning kills your companions first. Yeah. You can aim fireballs, I guess, but Firestorm kind of is pointless. And fireballs don't petrify or set anybody up for bonus damage. cold doesn't kill him outright, then it sets him up for shatterings and combos and backstabs. And it kills the enemies and not your companions. Like, why wouldn't I want that? Like I said, that's what I always go back to. Upgrades to it, it's a skill. It becomes a skill line. It looks like this. It looks like this right here. But I think it's only like 2, or maybe just 1. No, I don't think so. I mean, maybe. I've never heard that. I've never seen that. I don't know enough about it. You know what? Actually, don't ask me. Ask somebody else. But I think it just pops up. It pops up like, fuck. Win has an ability, which we don't even have Win right now, but Win has an ability and it just shows like one little thing. And so like for a rogue, it does one thing. I think it might be 2 squares though. I think it might be 2 squares. I think it's a sustained ability and an active ability. Like something you can do and something you can sustain. But I could be wrong about that too. I don't know. I'd have to go do it again. The only time I ever use that is if I'm playing a warrior. But now I'm thinking I don't have to. It's mandatory if you're playing a two-hander. Because two-hander does not have any kind of momentum or speed ability aside from potions, right? So, with the two-hander, you can take that, and it's haste. And it's exactly 25% attack speed. And then haste on top of that, from a mage, is another 20. It gives you the full 50%, which is what I'm trying to go with here without using any of that shit. But anyway. Yeah, I think it's a 2-squarey thing, though. Seems that's what I remember it being. I just went for it because I wanted my two-hander to have double haste. Like dual-wield warriors do, so that I could just do more damage and be more invincible than any 2 dual-wield warrior would ever even think about. And it worked. All right. Let's see. I got that. How's y'all's weekend going? Anything fun and exciting and adventurous happen? Or everybody's here, so it means you're not in jail and not in the morgue. You must be doing at least okay. It's good news. Sir licks a lot. I like big mutts. Shit. Let's see. I'm not going to be needing that. If I take those. Oh, shit. Okay. I need to be wearing this. That's got 2 strength on it too. If I could put it on, I'm not gonna do that. I could be real cheap about it. Find a way to put it on and then take all the shit off that I'm not using, right? Okay, we're definitely gonna need to make those. Definitely got money for it. That's for, damn, man, I got a bunch of this shit. Need that. Anything that he likes in particular? Golden symbol of Andraste, I mean. Oh. That's for Liliana.
Oh, it's one of those subterranean bunny pigs. Oh,
Subterranean
look at
bunny
him.
pigs.
Come here, you.
Ever fix the PC version for the DLC? Problem is their servers went down and their servers were allocated to, oh, there's a name for it. So it wasn't exactly Steam. What was it? The Origin? The Origin network thing, which is like, they tried to like kind of use that as a hub for a bunch of shit and it just kind of fell apart. Then they turned the servers off, which you still can't access on console. You literally have to go through the Xbox Marketplace, right? So for PC, you would have bought them on Steam or whatever. So as long as you have a non-pirated version of the game, you can get your DLCs on Steam. It's just got to be like directly on Steam, and each DLC is like its own type of game, but it has to be done through Steam. Like there is no Origin anymore. And certain shit. Now, if you've got any like special rewards for a certain version of the game, then yeah, you have to have that specific version of the game installed, obviously, because the licenses are going to be associated with that. The licenses are a little key to open the door to allow you to have that, because it says you either bought it or you paid for it or earned it or whatever, right? You know, that type of thing. Steam should be able to fix all that for you. Now, if you bought it, different things of the game from like 9 different places and this and that, how you would orchestrate all that fucking spaghetti, I don't really know. But I mean, there's ways to access your shit. We could not access our DLC on console after they dropped the Origins servers. You could not get your DLC if you'd paid for it. So basically, it's almost like the licenses and the rights had to be basically forfeited to Xbox Marketplace and I guess PlayStation Network. I'm assuming it would work the same. Just to get stuff you had actually paid for through the Xbox Marketplace. Tell me that's not crazy. Yeah, it was some shit like that. It should be resolved now. A quick Google. Well, maybe not a quick, maybe a lengthy Google, but a Google would get you your stuff. Somebody on what is it? Somebody on the forums will have a solution. Just ask your question exactly as you're asking it, and somebody will have it. On what is it? Red. I don't ever go there, but supposedly I think I have an account to it, but yeah, I don't know. Anyway, what the fuck is the name? The forums. You know what I'm talking about? The forums. Somebody will have an answer for that question. Yeah, it was the abolishing of the Origins network, whatever, and the servers went down with it. The servers have like technically been down since they disbanded the actual BioWare forums, and that was not that long after Inquisition. It was around the time of Hillary Clinton. It just was. And it got so toxic that they refused to even try to moderate it anymore. Even liberals were offended by some of the shit that the people that were supposed to be their fans were doing, and they abolished the forums. And the forums were the original BioWare forums were gangster as fuck. You could go there and find like 8-page synopses of fucking builds with like 100 different links, you know, to wiki and all this other shit like that, where somebody's like, okay, this is what I did, and this is what I studied, and this is what I looked at. I mean, like, this would be shit that you would turn into like a college professor you know, for finals and stuff. You could go just look at stuff like that, or go put one up yourself, right? And then woke people got in and just made sure we can't have any fun, so they had to just abandon it. So the forums, I don't know if the forums still exist on some level, but you know, they're probably full of like all kinds of you know, viruses and shit like that, and you know, if they're not moderated, and I don't know, I'm guessing they just, and I don't see that there being a server to keep them going anyway. So yeah, I guess those are just dead. That's a shame. Woke people, Democrats, just ruining just another good thing. If you're a Democrat, well, it's your fault. And if you don't like that, it's because it's true. But yeah, anyway, it was about that time that the servers went down, and you started getting the message when you booted up the game. The servers are temporarily inaccessible. Temporarily my ass. They've been down for what? Shit, about 12 years now? 10 years, 12 years? Something like that. At least eight, about, I'd say about 10 years, give or take.
Thank you so much. You've made my day.
She's only got minor cunning. I wasn't really investing in Leliana because, yeah, if you don't have the DLCs downloaded, you'd have to go through PlayStation Network. But it should say it's paid for. It should say it's owned in some way, shape, or form. That's how the Xbox Marketplace does. It's the same shit. If it's owned, it's owned. You can just re-download it. Anyway, I've had it try to say I had to buy it again too, on backwards compatible Xbox Marketplace on the Xbox One, Xbox Series X. I've had it try to pull some shit that I had to rebuy it on one or two of them, which I'm never going to do. So anyway, let's see. What else do we got here? I'd probably give her this too, I guess.
That's a
I mean, that's definitely
thought.
her shit.
I don't know
That's for
what to say.
Ogren. This is great for Morgan.
A fine gift.
She really likes shit
you
like
have
that.
my thanks.
And this too.
Interesting.
That should have been for her. All right, how about gem bracelet? Okay, well that's not working well, is it?
Why, thank you so much.
More going to be up there pretty soon. I think we gave her a mirror, so she was happy as a pig in mud.
If there's anything I can do
Well
for
then,
you,
Fennec.
please tell me.
Right.
I'm sure you'll be pleased with the goods my boy and I have collected, and with your discount.
So that ageless, that really is nice. But you know what's even nicer with Ogren is to give him that hammer that that Brorim sells in Denerim. That hammer is no joke. That hammer's damage is something like it's like 20 something damage. Crit chance is like 5 or 6 or something. Armor penetration is like 14. Strength modifier, I believe, is the same. But we just replace Morgan with we probably just get Ogren that hammer. To be honest, I mean that's not bad for Darkspawn though. I mean that extra damage against Darkspawn, you could just give it to him as a plug and play. I just got to hang on to it until I see him again. But I mean it's not like we don't have a lot of slots, so it's not that big of a deal. We're going to give away a bunch of this stuff. Like almost everything here is going to win. Maybe even this. All those tomes of arcane technique. I'm gonna see who needs what, so that we can try to get haste on both mages at some point. Sir? Oh, sir. Nothing's as knighted as Sir Licks-a-Lot, though. Puppy Bro is Sir Licks-a-Lot. Met anybody, any of the cast? For this cast? Like the acting cast? No. Had an opportunity to go meet Jennifer Hale, but wasn't able to make it. But a friend of mine, who's been MIA for, about 5 or 6 years now, she got me this. She got me this. It was in Tennessee, and I wanted to go see it. I was going to drive up through New Orleans at that time of year because I wanted to see it. And then there was a couple landmarks on the way, and I was going to make like an early day trip of it and go there and attend. It was a small convention, more of a tabletop convention type thing, but Jennifer Hale was there. That's not Dragon Age, but it's Mass Effect, so I mean that's kind of close. Anyway, I got this. That was Jennifer Hale, and my friend is like, "Well, you couldn't be here, so I'm gonna get her to what do you want her to say?" And I said, "Say whatever she'd say if I was there." And so she got Jennifer Hale to sign it and sent it to me. So one of just the coolest fucking things that the human being could just, and she was just cool like that. Anyway, so no, not a cast of Dragon Age. Now, if you want to talk about the development team, I went to PAX South in 2017 and 2018, I think. Might have been 16, 17, but I think it was 17, 18. COVID killed PAX South. It had only been on for a couple years. In 2019, I went to E3. That was a big bucket list thing on my bucket list of life. I just want to go because I'm just into video games, and I just got to just go be there just to say I was there. And it wasn't a whole lot more than that, but PAX South was awesome. And so, yeah, she's amazing. The coolest human beings I've ever met, ever. A whole lot cooler than me. Anyway, so I think 2019 was actually the last year of PAX South too, but I went to E3 that time. But I went to PAX South twice, and the first time I went is BioWare was having a I don't know if you call it a meet and greet, but they were having their little things where, they called them something like a developer dialogue type thing, where Mike Laidlaw and Karen Weeks and somebody else was up there. Aiden Scanlon was no longer with BioWare at that point. I really wanted to meet him because he was responsible for Dragon Age 2, which is my absolute favorite of the series, times 1,000. I mean, I'm playing this, but nothing even touches Dragon Age 2 in so many different ways. If they remastered this with the quality of, fuck Dragon Age Inquisition. If they remastered this on the Unreal Engine will do all the work for you. And then just give me animations and gameplay like Dragon Age 2 had, where you were getting swarmed and you were hacking people in half and their fucking torsos were flying one leg and their legs were just standing there quivering until they fell over, like this type of shit, right? Dealing with that shit as brutal as man, that was so gangster. Blood magic was it was as prevalent as it was supposed to be because that's what the entire game is based on. So in Inquisition, they just removed blood magic. See what I'm saying? Anyway, never really got that question across. It wasn't on my mind at the time. I wish I would have and seen what they would have had to say about it. And I'd say, you realize that's what this entire game is founded on, right? That's where archdemons and darkspawn and all that shit and, dark magic, and that's where it all comes from, right? You understand this is all like the same thing. This is your Dragon Age Satan. So give me the reason you took that out of the game when that's what your entire lore is based upon. I'd love to ask them that now, and I would, if I had the opportunity. Anyway, so Mike Laidlaw was there, and I got to meet him, and I had him sign something, and I know I have it somewhere. Anyway, so I'm like, yeah, and I believe I had Karen Weeks, and Patrick Weeks was there. He wasn't talking, though. He wasn't up on, like, the stage. Karen Weeks was on the stage. Mike Laidlaw was on the stage. Then they had, like, the art director. And Billy Buskell was there. And Billy Buskell did all the multiplayer for ME3. And he did the multiplayer for Dragon Age Inquisition, which was seriously, 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 criminally underrated for what it was. It was actually better, substantially better than Mass Effect 3. I mean, I guess it's what's fun to you, right? If it wasn't fun to you, then it's not better. But as far as substance, as far as foundation, as far as like RPG shit goes, Dragon Age Inquisition multiplayer was, it was, they put a lot into it. You have to look for it, I guess. Anyway, so he's the one I talked with for, geez, after the thing, man. He talked to me. He's a Canadian guy, and he just did the multiplayer part of it. And I was like, okay, well, this is, you know, and we just talked about the game and just gaming. And he's the one that explained in Mass Effect 3, the hardest thing in multiplayer was, and it came up because I told him my absolute favorite class to play was the, what's it called? The ground and pound one, the ground and pound class in Mass Effect. So you've got Infiltrator, you've got, oh, what's it called, man? It's the soldier biotic mix. The oh my god, I can't believe I can't even think of the name. You know, where you got Charge and Nova and all that. I guess technically you still have like Warp and Pull and stuff, but who gives a shit about that? Charge and Nova was all you need. The Vanguard. Yeah, so you got like the Vanguard. I said that, dude, that is like the be all end all in Mass Effect 3 to me, in the game and in multiplayer, because it plays equally well. And he said, oh man, that was the hardest thing we ever had to work with, because it was hard to get a Vanguard to charge somebody on the second floor or the third floor of an area. And then I remembered all those multiplayer maps where you try to charge somebody and they were like behind a pole or just on the other side of a little thing, and you were trying to get it to trigger, and then you could hit them with a charge. Sometimes you'd fall short and you'd fall down, or you'd get stuck in the ceiling and you had to watch the rest of the match because you were out of the map. And it's like, yeah, man, we could never perfect that, man. But we put it in there, man. We did the best thing we could. Dude, they updated the multiplayer like 5 times just to fix that, you know. It was still never perfect, but it didn't matter. Never has to be perfect. It just has to be fun, right? And then E3 PAX South the next year is where the same friend of mine, she came down with some other friends, and they came all the way down from like West Virginia and DC and shit. And they carpooled to save money, and they bunked up in hotel rooms, right? 5 to a room, right? To save money type thing. It's just friends, just, down here in Texas, and where they're from up there, down here in Texas, they thought they were either going to get shot or fucking yeehawed and thrown on the back of a fucking bull or something. And all they found down here is we're just some friendly people who, well, we like games too. And so got to go out, and man, we went to one steakhouse, and we got this big ass table outside, and dude, it was a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful weekend. And this was like in, January, right? But it was like a spring weekend in San Antonio, Texas. And we're outside, and it's just crystal clear night. You can even hear crickets and shit. And it's just all beautiful and shit, right? And we got this long ass table, and there's all these people from, the northeastern part of the country down, and they're all friends, and they all know each other. And Nikki, she was just my friend, and she brought down another of her friends along with her. And so we got to talk about stuff, and geez, during the course of that weekend, she knew somebody from Twitch there, and he wasn't a big Twitch streamer, but he was big enough that Twitch was actually having an event at it was like a high scale nightclub bar type place where millionaires go type thing. So they had like rented that out. Like drinks there would, be like, $125 a piece just for a drink from the bar. This type of shit, right? And so they're having this Twitch event there. And so we get Ubered over there. And it's me, Nikki, and this dude. And she just knows this dude from fucking somewhere. And he gets us in. And so we're looking around. And there's nothing but Twitch streamers that have like 1 million or more people following them, right? That's all that's there. These are people that are invited. We were not invited. They don't know who us, and I don't have any idea who any of them are, right? So I'm completely clueless. That'd be like me going to Hollywood and not recognizing a single person, and every single one of those people is like, a billionaire with like, 3 Oscars and all this other supposedly important shit or something, right? That's kind of how I felt. But at least we got to go, and Nikki was like, I just wanted to say I'd been here. And so we left. It was like nothing to do there. But we could just say that we went there, right? And then it was like, go to that festival. No, tonight, I drove by it. I drove by it on the way home just to look. Everybody was leaving. Last year, I remember it on Saturday night, like tonight or last night. It was going to like 2, 3 in the morning because I was streaming and I heard that shit like somebody had a freaking amplifier, a sound system going on next door. That's what it sounded like last year. This year, I got off, I was headed home, probably, it was after midnight. I don't know, probably about, between midnight and 1 a.m. And everybody was leaving. They were packing up. You could see they'd shut everything down. No music, no live bands, no nothing going on. So, yeah, no chance. Next year, though, maybe. Yeah, but so anyway, hold on, let me refill. I'm back. Finish my story. Anyway, so actually, I think it was bigger. But then maybe there were complaints that they kept that shit going until 2, 3, 4 in the morning. Everyone around me okay, so there's my little neighborhood, and then there's another neighborhood right next to it. Maybe somebody bitched. There's always going to be a Karen that's going to make sure you can't have any fun. They only do this shit 2 nights out of the fucking year. And it was loud on my way to work yesterday, and that was around, I think I left shortly before 5 last night to go to work. I scheduled like 5:30 to 10. I left early. I think I left like right before 5, got to work early, and shit, I went to work as soon as I got there, so got an extra 15, 20 minutes on the clock, whatever. But yeah, on the way, yeah, they were having it. And man, I mean, like both sides of the road, all the parking and both sides of the road were filled up for like a half mile in every direction, right? So yeah, they had a turnout, which is good for them. But yeah, I came back and I'm like, man, it's after 12. Like, if it's still bumping and all the lights are on and they got a band playing and shit like that, I mean, I'm in my work outfit. Fuck, I'd have probably just stopped. And I'd be, you know, at that point, they're probably not even charging door fees because they're closing in the next hour or two anyway. They'll probably just let you in just to hang out and go, I don't know, grab a beer and a friggin' brisket sandwich and listen to a live band just play whatever. Honestly, I don't even give a fuck what they're playing if it's a live band. I'll listen. I played music for many, many, many years. So, yeah. Anyway, but that's okay. At least they're doing their thing. So anyway, this all happens during the course of this weekend. But the one thing I remember is Nikki. So like her and her friends are staying in. It's really cool. They were staying in a hotel that was known to actually have haunted rooms and all that. I don't think they were staying in one of the haunted rooms or whatever. They were staying there, and it was relatively cheap for all of them. And you know, they didn't really care what they did. It was a convention weekend, and you know, you did whatever. I got my room really super cheap that second time I went, and that was the last time because that was. I don't think that was the last PAX South. The next year was the last one, but the next year I wound up going to E3. I was able to do that, and I'm really grateful to have been able to do that. And honestly, I'd take PAX South over E3 9 million out of 100. But anyway, whatever. So she like I don't remember if she called me or she texted me, but she's like, say, you know where we're at, right? And I was like, yeah. So they were like kind of not really caddy corner, but like a block down caddy corner. And so around the convention center is actually like attached to some hotels, really cool, like glass elevators and fountains and like all this really cool shit. And it's kind of like one big thing. And then like right here is the Riverwalk. My hotel, where my room was almost towards the top of the hotel. And if I stepped out on my balcony, I could see the whole Riverwalk and all the rest of San Antonio. It was amazing view. Took some pictures of it. Anyway, so I'm there. And then she's like another block down the street, kind of across the street, sort of thing. Anyway, and she's like, yeah, man, just man, meet me over here just at some point. I'm like at some point, like now, like just, well, yeah, you know, you'll know when to be there. That's just it's literally how she was. I'm like, oh, okay, well, I'll be there in a minute. Yep. She was probably like already there, and she was just gonna wait. Anyway, so I walk down and she says, okay, follow me. Okay, she's never ever been to San Antonio, right? She came down really just to meet up and just do video game shit. Whatever we could squeeze out of that little city at that particular time, just do some video game shit. She says, okay, follow me. She didn't tell me what it was. I'm not saying she had me in mind the entire time doing this, but this is literally the type of person she was. So we walk like, I don't know, a couple blocks downtown San Antonio. If you can picture strip centers covered with skyscrapers. Strip centers with shops and novelty places and fucking CD stores and, I don't know, Salvation Army and then a Whataburger and then a dentist office covered with businesses and lawyers, and it's really weird. It's a very small vertical downtown, and it's all surrounding what they call the Riverwalk, which is a river that has between 2 and 5 tiers of restaurants, clubs, bars, coffee shops, and you name it. And then they have little boats floating up and down the river, and there's little like people on the boats. So if you've ever been to Disneyland, you know exactly what I'm talking about. They got these people on the boats, and they're describing shit that they're passing as they're going down. It's just this thing. And then at night, it's all lit up with Christmas lights. The trees, fucking everything. It's the most, it is literally my favorite place. I'm not saying it's my favorite place on Earth. I haven't been to a whole lot of places, but it's one of my favorite places that I've ever been to. So anyway, so we're not on the Riverwalk, and if you go down the Riverwalk some way this way, there's the Alamo that has like a 500-year-old fucking tree whose branches are like 40 to 50 feet long going out this way. And like, they're trying to keep it alive. Anyway, they actually have a fundraiser to keep this damn tree alive, to keep it preserved. It's one of the coolest trees you would ever see in your life. Anyway, so instead of going down that way, we're going down this way, and we actually passed a Whataburger. And I remember asking her, "You ever been to Whataburger?" And she's like, "No, we don't have those." Oh, we're going to Whataburger. Oh, we got to do this, right? So anyway, it's at this point, it's late. It's at least 11, 12, something. I know it's late, but the bars are still open and shit like that, right? So she walks us down like another block, and I'm thinking, like, where are we going? And there's this little ice house. And when I say an ice house, if you can imagine a strip center and imagine a garage door that you would see at like a mechanic's or a tire shop, right? And you roll the garage door up, and there's a bar inside. There's a bar here, one pool table, a jukebox, a couple little smaller tables, and it's an ice house bar. In Texas, that's what we call it, an ice house bar. It's just a prop and slop ice house bar, like some shit you would see in Fallout 4. Just randomly, God damn it, it's a bar because I say so. I got beer, there's a stool, it's a bar. It's not much more than that, right? And guess who's in there? Mike Laidlaw's in there with a roll of raffle tickets. Raffle tickets, like seriously. And so he'd give you a raffle ticket, and he would keep half, you would take the other half, and you could use that half for a drink. And I guess at the end of the night on BioWare's tab, however many drinks were passed out, that's how many BioWare paid for. And probably a pretty good tip, I guess. So, I remember I'm like, dude, what the fuck? And she's like, well, there you go. Literally, this is what, she's like, there you go. I'll see you whenever. And I said, take my drink ticket. I'm going to go bother Mike Laidlaw for like the next hour and something. I don't know how long I irritated him, just fanboying the shit out of him, but she just wanted me to have some one-on-one time with Mike Laidlaw to just talk about, Dragon Age stuff. I would have had nobody, it wasn't part of PAX South. How do you even know he's here? He's not here officially. I mean, he's here semi-officially. But why is he specifically here? She's heard me talk about this dude. I'm like, man, if I had like Mike Laidlaw and that dude from what's his name from Oblivion, if they got together and made a video game, it'd be the best video game ever, fucking RPG in the entire universe ever, perpetually forever. I used to say that all the time. And so she just knew where he was, and it's like, oh, you need to come over here real quick. I'm like, okay, why? Why aren't you here yet? Okay, I'll be there like in a minute. Okay. And she just walks me to this place in a city she's never been in her entire life, and I get to talk to Mike Laidlaw for a while. And then after that, we go over and stand in line at Whataburger in a line of about 400 people for about an hour and a half and wait for a fucking burger. And then we go back to her hotel lobby and we play, what was it? What was that game? Cards Against Humanity for like 2 hours with her friends. And then I'm like, yeah. And that was just a thing. Living gamer shit that would have never ever happened, ever. But that actually happened. So, no, I haven't met any of the cast here. If I ever meet the voice actor of Anders or that dude in the cage, and I might want to punch him in the face, but I mean, I wouldn't, but I would want to. Wouldn't be his fault, but I would still want to. Yeah, anyway. So that happened. So no, to answer the question that somebody asked about an hour ago, no, Oh, the Texas is Man, that's a gangster ass ship. That is so worth going to. And there's it's called Seawolf Park in Galveston, and it's got I think it's the USS Wolf. I think it is the Wolf. I think that's the name of the. Anyway, they got a submarine there, and you can of course go down in the submarine like you're like touring a a ship or something like that, and everything in the submarine is original. Like they literally have like cigarettes from the 1940s, shaving soap, razors, things that crewmen would have on a submarine, just like bars of soap and just anything that was like true to the 1940s. It's either like a remake, a fabrication, or the actual real thing. And basically, you go down for the most part, you go down the middle of the sub, and there's plexiglass to protect, and it looks like time capsules on how it would have looked for the crewmen and what they would have used and what they would have had on a daily basis. And everything's pretty original, the best they can keep it. And then the park itself, it's in something of a bay, kind of, but it's pretty open to the waters, and there's a little place for little kids, like a little slide type thing, and a lot of picnic tables and stuff. And then they'll have concession stands that are open at certain times. I think it's all volunteer work and all that, but you're at a point right there on the coast to where the wind is like always 20 miles an hour. Like it's this constant breeze. So even on a hot day, it's this, like when you breathe, you ever had that kind of breeze that it's just a little chillier than the outside? And when you breathe, it fills your lungs up a little bit more than you breathed. It's like almost breathing for you. You know what I mean? It just almost gives you chills and goosebumps. That's what it's like going there. And that's how that park is. And it's just this little treasure. And the submarine is cool as fuck. If you're into that type of stuff, it's cool as shit because it's like all original. And when I say they put in little props in there that are like time stamped from that specific era, like things that you would see on old black and white commercials and hear over the radio and shit like that. Yeah, it's that type of shit. Yeah, it's really cool.
Enchantment?
100% cool. And that's in Galveston. And then essentially what you're basically doing is going up the channel a ways to where they have the Texas parked. And that's a really good one too. The guns on the deck are pretty. These are guns that could throw like a small car, explosive car at the enemy. This type of shit. Yeah, that's pretty cool. It's impressive. You know what? Actually, Fat Electrician did something on the Texas. I think it was a battleship that for some reason it had a gangster lean. Like it never exactly sailed straight. It sailed like this. I think it's the Texas. I think it's literally the Texas that did that. I don't know if there's a reason for it. I'm trying to think if I've actually even watched that one video of his, but I know he's got one on the Texas. The name of the video is Texas, the USS Texas with a gangster lean, if I'm not mistaken.
Enchantment.
Yeah, it's Wolf Park. It's in Galveston. I think it's still considered Galveston. Yeah, it's Galveston. It's essentially off Galveston Island. Then you got like a little Pelican Island type thing. Whatever. It might actually be just right off Pelican Island. Anyway, so you take a bridge to get there. It's just kind of up the coast, but it's still part of Galveston. But yeah, it's totally worth it. The park itself is worth going to just for what it is. There's a peaceful kind of place that's it's got some pride to it. Not the bad kind of pride, but it's just got some kind of honor to it. Yeah, it's just that type of thing. They picked the perfect spot for it, and it's beautiful. 100% worth doing by anybody, I think. see. Mr. Paralyzed Rune. Master Silver. We're just going to give that to Alistair. Although, no, I actually think I can use that. You know what? Never mind. Let me have that. No, we're going to go ahead and give that to Alistair. He's just going to have that. I got Alistair hooked up, like, for real. I could put the Paralyzed Rune in Alistair stuff, too. I think I might trigger it a little more often, but I could concentrate on straight damage all the time, really. I just hate taking 5 points of damage away when 5 points is, I mean, that's a huge percentage of your damage. Darkspawn, electric, and cold. And he doesn't have anything to fuck with that nerfs him against dragons. I guess I'll take the flame rune. Dude, that paralysis rune, I feel like I should be giving that to Alistair. And then take the lightning rune for myself. Or the frost. Yeah, maybe. Like, seriously, yeah, maybe. God damn it.
Enchantment? Enchantment!
Dude. Lightning, frost. Frost, lightning, lightning. I mean, you want him to be doing some damage too. Like that's the thing. Flames are good against everything but rage demons. Rage demons and dragons. So I guess, I mean, the only way to really get by on everything is pretty much lightning runes. Like if you had 6 Grandmaster lightning runes, that's just the way I would roll. It would just stack that shit over and over and over again. But this is pretty cool. One flame rune isn't bad. We won't always have Alistair with us in the Fade, but outside of the Fade... Oh, and then you've got... Dude, then you've also got... No, if you want this to proc, it's going to proc more often if I use it. And you also want this shit in the low game fight for yourself. There's that too. Maybe I could give him the flame rune. I don't know if it procs enough to actually justify the bonus backstabs, though. Yeah, I guess it kind of doesn't, does it? Okay, no, I agree. Let's give it to Alistair. I mean, he's okay. Remember, Alistair needs to be doing. No, I don't really like to do that. I like to just plug and go. Like, this is going to handle everything. That's why you don't see me use a lot of, like, poisons and tonics and bombs and shit. If my build can't do it, I don't want to have to think that hard. I mean, call it lazy, call it what you want. It's still, it is what it is. It is what it is. Okay. Well, let's go get Win. It's definitely time to go get Win. And let's just go see if this double haste shit actually even works.
Yes.
If it doesn't, then I've kind of wasted my entire time here. But if it does, honestly, I'm going to seriously consider doing the one thing I've never just done in the game. I'm seriously considering doing a sword and board and just basically playing Alistair's build. And then I'd have Leliana with daggers as kind of an off-tank, sort of. And then I would have Wynn and Morrigan. If double haste works, this is what I'm going to do. Because I played a rogue 1,000 times, and it's not like I don't know what I'm doing. But what I did not know, and it took me, and that's embarrassing. It took me 18 years to figure it out, is that if double haste actually works, the most bona fide DPS squad outside of playing Blood Mage yourself or a two-hander is a sword and board where you have double haste. Because that's something that a sword and board doesn't manufacture for itself. Now there's another way to do it too. Is you could go get the blood magic thing from the whatchamacallit? From the Warden's Keep as a sword and board and use that for haste, and then get Wynn to slap haste on you and do that as sword and board instead of a two-hander. I guess there's that. But this way, if you're playing sword and board, if you can control the threat, you can bring Morrigan in as a blood mage, doing your job if you were playing a blood mage, right? So that's where my head's going. But here, if you get double haste here, because I'm going to replace Leliana. See, with the sword and board, you don't have to. You can totally do that with the DLC stuff. But I mean, just from a vanilla perspective, without any DLC, and just doing it with what's given to you in the game, there's that. With the two-hander, I don't see tanking with a two-hander. I don't see it. The sword and board gives you so much defense. It's ridiculous. You can get surrounded and still just be functional. It's a two-hander. I mean, you got big open, like you got two-handed sweep, which is friggin' amazing, and this and that, blah blah blah. But you're squishy as fuck. You're just squishy. It's just, it is what it is. It's like playing a dual wield without Indomitable, which is even more stupid. Then why aren't you playing a rogue, which does more damage and at least has chance to evade? As a dual wield warrior, you don't get any benefits on defense, and you don't get any of the benefits on offense either. Explain that one to me, guys, and we can argue that shit until next friggin' year. Seriously. Anyway, all right, let's go. I think so. Here's the MIDI, right?
How did a child survive that?
The Superman.
The crater is still smoking.
Superman Easter egg.
It's a boy. 5 fingers, 5 toes. That's all that matters to me. The Maker has answered our prayers. Let's go home, Marta, and raise the Tyke as our own.
Super ore. It's even better than Dragon Bone, right? Yeah, I mean, because it would be like completely new. Like that would be. So I haven't heard of anybody else doing that, and I'm like, why the fuck not?
Coming here to see the major.
I'm assuming because it doesn't work. But if it does work, why the fuck has nobody done this? Nobody uses Morgan as a blood mage. Nobody uses double haste on their melee characters. Remember, your travel speed just moving around and shit becomes ridiculous. I'm just curious how long it's going to take us to figure out whether we can actually do this or not. And we've done a lot of this like completely backwards.
A little something extra for friendship.
See, I'm going to put some shit into decks, too. If I play Sword and Board, I'm going to put some shit into decks. Now I don't have anything to invest in. I just, like, literally don't. I'm not ever using any of this shit. And we can just fill out the warrior tree. These are activated things. They don't give us any bonus whatsoever. We're just, what would you call it? Attribute hustling at this point.
What business would the mighty Grey Wardens have with a man like me? Oh? What was this about? I worried this might happen. I hoped it wouldn't be you who came for me. I have no choice. Forgive me, Warden, but I cannot go back with you.
Enough! I'll try to be merciful.
I'll get on it.
Shady thug.
make it look like a giant phallus.
Okay, Morgan, at least as far as we know, according to the lore, has never seen a dick in her life. And if she's ever seen a dick and it looks like that, oh, and by the way, the mages didn't build this. Well, I mean, the mages that she likes built this. The Tevinters built this. Actually, the dwarves built this for the original Tevinter mages who own the South. So why is Morgan flexing or bumping about some shit that's just essentially not true? I'm not saying I'm a professional on dicks, but if that's your vision of a dick, you've got small expectations, I guess.
You're not looking to get across to the tower, are you? Because I have strict orders not to let anyone pass.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, yeah, he can pee on a tree here and a boat there. One or two places in Denerim during the Darkspawn in the end game. At the top of the Tower of Vishal, though, I'm not sure that dog can piss on anything. But if he could piss on something, he'd find something to piss on there. Maybe the Archdemon itself. Just get your dog to just go over and just piss on the Archdemon and own it. And then its defense goes down by 50%. That'd be kind of funny.
Oh, you're a Grey Warden, are you? Prove it. So I'm not good enough for you. Fine. See if you get into the tower on your own. Is that bad? Look, I'm, just trying to do my job. I'll take you right now, just like you wanted.
Good, thanks.
Come along, I suppose.
How would Morgan even think that's shaped like a phallus? I think that says more about Morgan than it does about the tower.
And I want 2 men stationed within sight of the doors at all times. Do not open the doors without my express consent. Is that clear?
Yes, sir. The doors are barred. Are they keeping people out or in?
Now we wait and pray. We're dealing with a very delicate situation. You must leave for your own safety.
Those traps and lothering. Oh, that's funny. Fucking traps. I flew over the traps and still got 736 of them attached to my wings. I was in the fucking air and I still got traps in my wings. What the fuck? I'm just like, how does that even happen?
I am weary of the Grey Warden's ceaseless need for men to fight the Darkspawn, but it is their right. You'll find no allies here. The Templars can spare no men, and the mages are indisposed. I shall speak plainly. The tower is no longer under our control. Abominations and demons stalk the tower's halls. The circle is lost. The tower has fallen. I have sent word to Denerim, calling for reinforcements and the right of annulment. The right of annulment gives Templars the authority to neutralize the Mage Circle. Completely.
The mages are probably already dead. Any abominations remaining in there must be dealt with, no matter what.
This situation is dire. There is no alternative. Everything in the tower must be destroyed so it can be made safe again. I assure you, an abomination is a force to be reckoned with, and you will face more than one.
Yeah, okay, but I'm not a pussy like you. That'd be the great response. But I'm not a bitch like you. So, where are they at? I got things to do, and I'll not be kept from it. How about that?
If you succeed, I would owe you much. Enough that I would pledge my Templars to your cause. Without word from Denerim, I must determine our course. Surely destroying Darkspawn is a worthy goal. We have nothing to offer you, but gratitude and service. I have heard the tower holds many valuable artifacts. I expect we'll have to consider them lost or destroyed.
That's the way you... Now we're talking. See, that's like that dude in Fallout New Vegas. He's like, I might accidentally lose some supplies to pay you with. Oh, now you're speaking my language.
A word of caution. Once you cross that threshold, there is no turning back. The great doors must remain barred. I will open them for no one until I have proof that it is safe. I will only believe it is over if the first enchanter stands before me and tells me it is so. If Irving has fallen...
He's got way too much confidence in Irving. Because Irving's as susceptible as any of the rest of these mages.
Whatever you decide.
Uldred turns Irving into an abomination just like that. He just saves him for last because he's fucking toying with these mages. These mages are susceptible as anything.
I don't want him to die.
I wish this were over. We're running low on supplies, and I don't know how much longer we'll last. Yes. Would you like to trade?
What's this? Yeah, see, why couldn't that have some rune slots, man? Oh, that does. See, I'm getting all these maces with rune slots. No daggers. Whatever. Let's see, what's this? Plus 10. Does Morgan have them? She got spirit. Okay, that works. That's actually really good. Girl's blessing. See, one of these is nature, right? Okay, fuck it. Right now, anyway. Next tome, arcane technique. Then we need 2 stacks of these, right? That only costs like 5 sovereigns, so that's cool. Backpack. Get rid of that shit. Get rid of that shit. So I should have 4 of these now, right? Yeah, I got 4 of those. I know Morgan needs like 3, but she might only need 2. You know what I'm saying? Like, she might only need 2 of them. Because I think she's about to level.
I am ready.
Please tell me she's about to level. Fuck no, she's not even close to leveling. God damn it. I'm the one that's about to level, I guess. God damn it. I'm the one that's about to level. Shit. I feel like this is going to like drag on forever just to find out if this actually works or not. I'm pretty sure it works. I mean, I would bet that it does. I would bet that it does.
Done. Anything else?
I think Wynn's about to level up again, but I don't like the game leveling people that I actually need. So we don't do this leveling thing if we're trying to do this like straight up legit. We don't do this leveling bullshit. All right, so yeah, that's +2 to everything. Nature resistance doesn't mean shit, by the way. Like, it doesn't mean shit. Still can't have that because I'm short 3 strength, so I'm gonna have to get that from the fade. Yeah, true story. Nothing I can do about it. Gotta get it from the fade.
Done now. Are you happy?
I wonder if double haste actually makes you almost too fast. That'd be kind of cool. So just take this walk speed or jog speed or whatever and double it or triple it. Nice. It's not like this is going to be like really hard or anything, so I mean, we'll still be able to, you know, do things. Nature resistance doesn't do shit. I think there's like one mage
come no further
that can create like
I will strike you down where
a pool of nature damage or something. Like, okay, I think nature damage, I think the roots that the trees cast on you, if you have nature resistance to that, I think that helps. But when spiders spit at you, that shit not only ignores your armor, but it ignores any kind of, it ignores nature resistance or whatever. But when you use nature on shit, the thing is, half the enemies in the game are immune to it. Spiders are immune to it. Wolves are immune to it. Half the people you meet are immune to it. 1 or 2 demons are supposed to be weak to it, but when you hit them with it, it doesn't do shit. Canari are supposed to be weak to it. When you hit them with it, it doesn't do shit. It's like you're using spirit damage, which is supposed to ignore 50% of magic resistances. If they don't give a shit about spirit in the first place, it doesn't ignore anything. Basically, it's being ignored. It doesn't do shit. So yeah, spirit of nature is fucking trash.
I am a mage of the circle.
Wynn, what are you doing here? I'm in the circle. I'm a mage. What the fuck are you doing here?
Templars would not let just anyone die.
That's a good question.
And you were told that the
I came
circle
seeking
was in
the
no shape
aid of the mages, I guess.
So why did the Templars let you in? Do they plan to attack the tower now?
I know it's like late or early, freaking 4 in the morning. I gotta get up. This is one of my early days at work, but I kind of don't care.
So Gregor thinks the
I mean, I'm gonna care later.
Hope.
But
He probably assumes we
one
are
more
all
beer.
dead.
We'll just treat it like Saturday night instead of Sunday morning.
But even trapped
Even
as we
though
are, we have survived.
anybody working on Sunday, half the working force in the world is going to get up in about 2 hours.
Stand against them.
Yeah, I'm going to try to go to sleep in the next 2 hours.
If you are here to kill abominations, let me help you. I erected a barrier over the door leading to the rest of
Here
the
comes
tower,
Morgan's speech.
so nothing from inside could attack the children. You will not be able to enter the tower as long as the barrier holds, but I will dispel it if you join with me to save this circle. Once Gregor sees that we have made the tower safe, I trust he will tell his men to back down. He is not unreasonable.
And you could totally do a double haste blood mage with you and Morgan, too. And just tell Wynn to fuck off. You could totally do that. It'd take a lot more work, but you could do it.
Then our path is laid out before us. We must save Irving.
You want us to assist
Dude, didn't we just tell Wynn, let's set off. Let's go do it. 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 How many times did you just fucking say, let's go do it? Well, maybe, but let's go do it. Well, yeah, but let's go do it. Yeah, but let's go do it. Yeah, this is the thing we need to do. But let's go. But you just told her to fucking go 37 times in a row. And she somehow redirected the conversation to, should we go now? Dude, is there some liberal Minnesota protester mental block in Wynn's brain called a fucking demon that she's already possessed with to make her incapable of any kind of human reason whatsoever? Just asking.
I could be here had my mother not shielded me from the Templars, so I am to show sympathy. My mother often said that things are the way they are because they could not have been any other way. I always questioned this. Do what you wish. I care not.
Petra, Kenan, look after the
Wow,
others.
you just got a dialogue with Morgan.
Are you sure
She does not
right?
give anybody
You were so
else.
badly hurt earlier. Maybe I should come
That was
along.
kind of cool.
The others need your protection more.
That was kind of cool.
I will be all
I don't think we got any disapproval from Morgan at all with that one.
If you are ready, let us
I
go
said I
in.
was ready 776 fucking times, bitch. Like, seriously. I literally said I was ready 736 times in a row. And now she's going to ask us 5 more times. Are we ready? Watch. Just fucking watch. Liberals are so fucking insufferable. They can't think like anything above a sub-animal species. You're fucking demon-possessed pieces of fucking Satan's diarrhea. Pieces of shit. Fucking pieces of shit. It's annoying. Anyway.
Yes.
Indeed.
Yeah, no disapproval from Morgan at all on that one. Kind of crazy. All right, so let's... Now we just got to see what Wynn has. No idea what she has. Well, neither of them have haste, so let's just see what she has available. She's already got haste. Well, she's already got it. Oh, well, I can find out right now then. All right, cool. All right, well. All right, let's see. Let's just, she's already got it, which is cool. That it actually filled it out. I mean, we're so late level right now that it actually just gave her just random shit. Her stats probably suck. It's not terrible. That's not... Yeah, cunning. She's got wasted points in cunning. Constitution. See, that's all wasted. It's completely wasted. So I would never want to come get win in a design party this late in the game. The only reason we did this was to just play with Morgan as a blood mage. And she was owning shit as a blood mage. Okay, cool. Anyway, so that point is proven. Don't ever have to do that again. Now, we do not want her to have these stats. I don't know. I think she has... I don't know. If you come straight to the circle first, I don't think she has any of that cunning, any of that dex. Why the fuck does she need dex and strength? Like, this is how BioWare builds their teams. Builds their party members. This is literally how they build their shit. Who the fuck would ever put points in any of that? And nobody that's ever played a game before in their life. You make video games and you don't know how to play a video game because this is how they build their shit. This is how the AI just says, well, this is how we would distribute our attributes. What the fuck is that? That magic could be in like the 60s. And that willpower could be in the 60s too. What the fuck is this shit? This is garbage. A trash can. Anyway, you know what? I'm just gonna try to experiment right here. Fuck, we should probably set her, at least set her stuff, right? All right, hold on a second. Let's see. All right, we need ranged. Let's see. Well, we'd want to activate all these things. She's already got Spell Wisp, too? That's amazing. Alright, so let's just do Rock Armor right here. No, actually, you know what? Is Haste in here anywhere? Alright, this is the stupidest tactic setup I've ever seen, ever. This is making me want to kill myself, just even looking at that shit. Okay, so let's just not ever look at that shit again. Let's just make her survival. You know what? Fuck this. Alright, so... I gotta turn my shit off.
Of course.
While I'm experimenting here. Okay, I don't have that set up, so... Alright, so there's... There's no thing for movement speed, though. I'm just gonna have to, like... One 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000, 4 1,000. We're gonna have to do some shit like that, I think.
Be quick.
Alright, this is where the experiment is. Right here. I really actually believe this is going to work. Haste doesn't increase or decrease based on magic either. So, you know, like if you had like 100 magic, you couldn't have like 50%, you know, speed and whatever. I mean, if you got minimum magic or max magic, it doesn't make any difference. This is why I saved these, though. I thought we might have... I was hoping we didn't need 2 for win. But we didn't, so that's good. Everybody's stats would be so much better if we had built this shit from the ground up. Right? So, now.
No.
Alright, so now 1, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000. 1, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000. Okay. I think this is gonna be like some like 2 1,000 shit. I'm serious. I think I'm being fair.
There is always waiting, isn't there?
1, 1,000, 2, 1,000. It's so much faster. 1, 1,000, 2, 1,000. Oh my god, it actually stacks. Oh, okay, this is the most amazing thing. Fucking fast you are. You're like the little caboose that could.
I'm somewhat amazed at myself for having kept it in place
This is
long.
awesome. Okay, it works. It 100% works. Dude, that so works. If it works on that, our attack is going to be so fast, it's going to look stupid. So with a rogue, you don't. I mean, with a rogue, you get enough talent points to get stuff early that you don't need later. Like you can have momentum and then just completely disregard momentum later, but it like seriously saves you early on. But with oh, we gotta restart it now. Oh, we gotta try a sword and board. We have to try a sword and board. How could we not do that? And then if I ever do want to play like this again, I say I still go Dex, but Leliana just wouldn't be involved. Okay, here's the thing though. You got to be able to get Morrigan and win with haste, right? Leveled up, which means you have to sacrifice some other shit. With Morrigan, I think it's easier. With Morrigan, you can work towards Mana Clash early, and then with Wynn already almost has haste, and then you could let Morrigan catch up with haste because she can't even start using blood magic until she's level about 17, 18, 19, 20 anyway. Like it's much later in the game. So the whole blood magic thing. So there still is something to be said for like really like leveling up like really, really early. I mean, you could still totally do the same thing or not. Right? But this is a way to make sword and board fast as fuck. But you'd have to tank by yourself. Dragon Age 2 doesn't have any haste caps. There's no attack speed cap. If you got 5,000% speed, I hope you can press the button fast enough. If you got 5,000% attack speed, you got 5,000% attack speed. Auto attacks are just auto ignores haste, basically. Yeah, you need to be able to hit that button quick. But haste on haste does not stack. Like if one of your characters, haste is not sustained. Haste is an activated ability. It's not sustained in Dragon Age 2. So if you cast haste and you cast haste again, all it does is prolongs haste for, you know, a little bit or something. So it does not stack. But if you have a rune in your gear, if you have some armor, if you have some rings, if you have some equipment, if you have some shit that increases your attack speed, and you have some skills that increase your attack speed, and then you get hit with haste. Remember, haste is 50%, not 25 in Dragon Age 2. You can get 150% attack speed in Dragon Age 2. So let's not discount that. It's 10,000 times better than this. But haste in haste doesn't stack. But there's so much other shit in the game that actually gives you attack speed, including like Reaver skills and what have you. So there you go. So it actually fucking works. It Actually works. Fuck. So you could totally... Damn, you could totally do this for Alistair and Liliana if you're playing a Blood Mage. And then you get win. And you're playing a Blood Mage. You could sustain haste for free. You could totally do this there, too. I just think if you're going to play Sword... See, Sword and Board, you don't need it. See, Sword and Board, actually, I think a better way to go is... if you're Sword and Board, is you still take Alistair... and let him tank. But I don't know. I mean, fuck.
Be prepared for anything. I do not know what manner of beasts lurk beyond this barrier.
It's like I said, man, that Warden's Keep shit lets you, as a warrior, you get haste. It's kind of like a Reaver. It's a Reaver ability. Reaver is warrior blood magic, and then Blood Mage is blood magic, and then Assassin is rogue blood magic. That's the way it's always been, and that's, I mean, at least they kept that true all the way through Inquisition. Though they talked about blood magic, even though they took blood magic out of the game because it was too dark. It offended somebody that was woke. So that means you can't have Dragon Age anymore because of Democrats. And if you're a Democrat and you can't have what you want because of yourself, how should you feel? Exactly how you feel right now, if you understand that's the truth. You're the problem. Dude, how many times you gotta tell her to destroy the fucking barrier? I mean, was it 17,486,912 times? Can we just fucking go now? That's literally what you needed to do with Wynn. She doesn't want to do this any more than... I guess the demon in her doesn't want to fight its own demons that are on the other side of this fucking wall. She's a byproduct of all the demons in the tower. Just another fucking mage that's corrupted by demons. Nothing new here. All the same shit. We could totally play this out. The problem is we played through so much of the game already. I don't know. I mean... Like, this isn't really a build. This is like a... Dude, look at this shit. Who goes that fast? Just say. Who fucking goes that fast? This is awesome. I don't know. I mean, maybe we should roll another rogue like this and just not do all the leveling things and just see how viable this is. I mean, I think Sword and Board, though. Sword and Board with blood magic. See, if you got Sword and Board and you're doing the Reaver thing, you don't need Morrigan. But if you're doing Sword and Board and you got Morrigan, I'm just not really sure how to handle threat. I think you can. I think you take your two or three primary offensive abilities, and then you take your major taunt ability and your secondary taunt ability. And you use those, and that's going to be your primary shit, is Sword and Board. We got to try it, right? Rogue, Sword and Board? Fuck no. I don't spend points in strength when I'm playing a rogue. I just don't. And I've heard of warrior Sword and Board with dagger. No. No. First, the dagger's damage doesn't get any bonus. It gets a half bonus from strength. It gets a half bonus from strength. Now, you're still going to have dex, so I'm not saying it's a useless weapon. I'm just saying overall, it might theoretically have a slightly higher critical chance, but I don't think that counts towards a warrior. I think that critical chance comes to a rogue, specifically with a piercing weapon, which is what a dagger is. A dagger and an arrow are piercing weapons. Not much benefit for a strength character. So I've seen somebody play like that, and I'm like, okay, so you just nerfed your damage for no fucking reason? Don't really see the point in that. Dex is attack for anything. And it's defense. So, I mean, I guess if you went like a min strength, max dex sword and board, and you just had a dagger, it would be slightly faster. You don't get the benefits that a rogue gets from a dagger. Like, they designed that shit a certain way for a certain reason. And I don't think a dagger actually breaks that. I don't think it breaks that wall. I don't think it does. No, if I go sword and board, I'm getting a Vestial. Which has dagger stats. Let's see something. All right, contributes to the damage dealt by piercing weapons like daggers or arrows. Increase attack score in melee. Increase attack score in ranged. That's your chance to hit. Increases defense by 1, period. Increases damage from piercing weapons, which would be a dagger. All right. All right, this is the damage a character deals in physical combat, period. Accuracy of melee attacks. High strength essential warriors. Wield two-handed weapons. Increase damage from all weapons except crossbows and stabs. Okay, cool. Increases attack score in melee by 0.5. Okay. Same as Dex. Huh. But there actually might be something to that. Dude, I have the equivalent of 100 Dex right now. Isn't that crazy? Attack score is the same. And increases defense. Increases damage from piercing weapons. So Dex would be for a dagger. Increases damage from all weapons. Oh, I think I actually went and looked at something. Each point in Dex towards a dagger increased its damage more than strength did. So like a high cunning score was supposed to be for like armor penetration, and it replaced strength on the damage side of it, but it didn't count the attack side of it. Like increase your attack score, that means your chance to hit. So like, 100 strength would be 50 attack, right? Let me see something. Requires 30. Only requires 30. I mean, that would be the dagger you use, right? Plus 2 dex, plus 3 damage. All right, so that's... Okay, so the damage is 9. All right, let me see something. The damage is... plus 2 strength. The damage is 10. Armor penetration 6. Penetration 8. Strength modifier. Oh, that's going to actually reduce your strength. So that's going to nerf you 15% on your strength. That's okay. That's one catch-22. Okay, so it nerfs your, let's see, 15 plus 10% plus 15%, that's 25%. So whatever strength you have, is going to be taken away by using a dagger. So if your strength benefit, let's say you had like a 36 dex, or even 30, just basic 30 dex. And so that would give you, let's see, right, so dex was 30 something, so that would leave you, you know, with equipment and shit like that, around a 50 or 60 strength. That would be reduced by 25%. As opposed to a strength weapon. So with the Vestial, the strength is 55 as far as damage is concerned. So let's reduce this damage by 25%. Let's see, that would be 25. Let's see, half of 17, half of that is 8.5, 25, 33, about 34 points. So damage would be about 100 with a dagger, which would attack slightly faster. So, I mean, the DPS would go up a little bit. I think you're breaking even, maybe even losing a little bit, even with a dagger. Although you have a tiny bit more armor penetration. I mean, that's something. I think it's like apples and oranges. So let's see. So what does a strength weapon actually offer you? +5 melee crit chance. I don't think I see that on any daggers. But if you have 2 daggers, you'll have +5 melee crit chance. But I think that only counts towards rogues. I don't think you get that benefit at all with warrior. Now you get +5. You get the same thing with the Rose's Thorn specifically. Critical backstab damage. You don't get backstab bonuses with a warrior. At least you don't get the auto backstabs and auto crits. You don't get that. Yeah, I still think I go with the Vestial, man. I still really do. Not the dagger. Now that strength modifier is 10% more. So there's that. Although having a decent dex, regardless with sword and board, I think is definitely a way to go. And there's no sword. There's no, I mean, the Rose's Thorn, if you wanted to go dagger like that, you can actually equip the Rose's Thorn. So, I mean, I guess it's not rogue only, right? It's just, it requires 30 dex, which you would just have to have. Requires 30 base dex, though. Like, Alistair has 37 dex here. A lot of that is his gear, or some of that is his gear. I don't know what his actual base dex is. I would have to level him up to see. I mean, we could try to figure it out here. Let's see. There's no dex there. There's one. One dex. Plus 2, that's 3 dex. All right, so I've given him about 34. Wait, hold on a second. Yeah. Well, so you still got that. There's something to be said, man. A dagger is a little bit faster. But, I mean, the damage is a lot lower. I mean, is the dagger 25% faster? If it's 25% faster, then it's about even. If it's not 25% faster, I think a Vestial sword and board with max haste. Rogue Cunning Archer. Oh man. Now, see, some people would say a Dex Archer, because Dex increases your base damage exponentially, and the Cunning, aside from some small armor penetration, I mean, if you go an assassin bard, even with a low cunning score. I don't know. I mean, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think it's apples and oranges. I mean, I really do. There's one or two fights where I say cunning actually has some advantage. And then like the other 95% of the time, Dex has the advantage by far across the board, right? I mean, you can cherry pick one or two fights and say, oh, this super high armor individual, I can hit you for 150. And then it's like my Dex rogue can hit you for 140 all the time, and I almost never get hit. So it's 10 times more playable, requires half the buffs, and yeah, it's just, you know, much more survivable. You know what I mean? Right. But but when it triggers, it keeps you from getting one-shotted, so that's kind of nice. And if you're one-shotted, you can't kill anything. So like, let's say your dodge mechanic kicks in on a. So like, let's say your dodge mechanic kicks in on a shield bash, and it whiffs completely. Instead of knocking you on your ass or putting you to sleep for like 5 seconds. Because remember, if you shield bash, you put them to sleep for about 1/8 of a second. If they shield bash, they put you to sleep for up to fucking 10 seconds. And that entire time, you're dying and you're not doing any DPS. I don't care about one iframe of missed damage when I'm literally avoiding being knocked out of the fight for several seconds, which means I lose multiple frames of damage and I just die. See what I'm saying? So like, yeah, it's definitely worth it. Yeah, 100% worth it. And cunning rogues use that shit anyway. So, like, what's the... Yeah, I don't know. The argument doesn't seem to be worth anything there. Here, I'll show you. I'll show you what the animations look like with double haste. This is what it looks like. Okay, so let's just count. 1, 1,000, 2, 1,000. All right, so let's turn one off.
With it.
One, 1,000, 2, 1,000, almost 3. Let's turn the other one off.
Indeed.
1, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000, 4, 1,000. That's what it looks like. I mean, we can go kill something real quick and just see like what it really like looks like.
Yes.
But this requires no momentum whatsoever, and this means if I want to play Sword and Board, now you always have the DLC Warden's Keep DLC, which gives a two-hander, a Reaver type ability where you can basically just, you know, keep yourself speedy at the expense of your health. Which when I play a two-hander, I don't ever put anything into Constitution, so spending my own health, it sounds kind of badass and plays kind of badass, but it gets me killed a lot, so. But with a Sword and Board and double haste, I don't have any of Wynn's tactics set up, by the way, but we can see what we can see what the attack animations actually look like. I know we're fast as fuck. That's one thing I do know. We are fast as fuck. Like, I'm literally double fast, which is awesome.
All right. Got it. Now second later. I'll get ahead.
That's what the animations look like. Now, can you imagine what that looks like with a sword and board? I think you could probably replace Alistair as tank. And it's just so fucking fun running around like this. I'm not gonna lie. Oh my god. What should we call this shit? The fucking Usain Bolt build? The Usain Bolt. Just saying. Come on, bro. This is like ridiculous. I don't have any of my tactics set up either. That I could have Wynn just making us like literally invincible right now. But this is cool as shit. I'm not gonna lie. It's coming to just fuck y'all. Okay, anyway, so I want to see it too. I've always wanted to play a sword and board, and the one thing I've gotten away from here, because you're gonna get mobbed. You're gonna need somebody to centralize on something like a dragon, low gain. You know, I mean, it's not a huge bunch of stuff. A lot of archers, like a lot of archers, right? Things like that. Because see, I don't pause. I don't sit there and go, okay, you attack this, you attack this, you attack this, you attack that, you go here, you go. Fuck all that pussy ass PC fucking. Boy, PC gets every single benefit of the doubt across the board. 327 fucking hotkeys across the bottom and all this, and then they get this much map space to see what's going on. That pussified ass bullshit. Now, if you can't play without any pause, I mean, now with the mage, you gotta put your spells somewhere. So there is some pause there. I call that low pause if I'm playing a mage. But if you're playing a rogue or a warrior, you should never have to pause. I mean, almost, I mean, not never, but almost never. Like, there's some times where maybe you want to select, like, your rogue and, you know, throw a grenade somewhere, right? You might want to do that. That takes a pause. But outside of that, your tactics should handle everything. And if they don't, go learn the game. That's my opinion. So, my builds always go in that regard. Is everybody gonna do their job, right? And make it to where I can just play through the game. So keeping that in mind, right? There's a whole lot of things you can do if you micromanage every single move of a fight and turn a 70-hour game into a 500-hour debacle of fucking micromanaging. That's not fun to me. If I want to do that, I'll go play something turn-based. And I fucking hate turn-based. Turn-based is Satan's asshole when it comes to video games. It's just dog shit. It's just absolute dog shit. So anyway, that's my opinion. It's my opinion. And I'm not saying if you like that's bad. I'm just saying I hate it, personally. Just like if you like pickled beets and liver, I fucking can't stand that. I would literally, I'd throw up thinking about it. And if that's your shit, I respect that. You like that, and that's good for you. Which means it's more of it for you because I'm not even going to touch that shit. See what I'm saying? So, like, when it comes to that, that's how I approach the game, personally. I think that requires an understanding of the game's mechanics. The character build system, if you will, the foundation upon which, you know, You build like a party or a team. And I'm not talking about challenges like I'm going to solo this and I'm going to do that and I'm not going to use any potions and, you know, I'm going to play Dark Souls without any Estus flasks. I'm not talking about that bullshit. That's not what I'm doing. So people do that. That's them. I'm not doing that. But when I want to build a party, what I don't want to have to do is stop and pause every 2 seconds to make the game think for itself. I use the tactics personally so that the game is playable, to where it's more like an action game instead of a turn-based fucking D&D game where I'm rolling 1 out of 20 5 times in a row. You know, although you still do that sometimes. Anyway, the game just makes you roll 1 out of 20, like literally 75 times in a row. That is a true story. That actually is a true story. Anyway. So, I don't have anything set. But the idea here is, okay, let's say I replace myself with Alistair. And I bring Leliana in and I let her use daggers. Because she sucks as a fucking archer. Leliana with a bow means she dies instantly at the start of every fight. And if she does anything good even once, it's like a surprise. It's kind of like one of those goat humpers over there that accidentally hits an Apache backwards with an RPG because it's pointed the right way and they go, ah, yeah, right? Like one of those, right? You just accidentally do something right. That's literally Leliana with a bow. Don't trust her with bows and arrows. Ever. That's like trusting, what's her face in Fallout New Vegas with dynamite. Cass? Yeah, don't trust her with dynamite. Don't trust Leliana with a bow. Just don't. Give her daggers, and she will be your off tank for the entire game. Give her the Helm of Honleith, and she's almost unkillable. Anyway, so that's lesson number 1 that I learned. All right, and then 2 is Alistair's tanky as fuck, but really only because you've got Wynn keeping Alistair tanky as fuck. So what if you had Wynn keeping you tanky as fuck? You know what's the cool thing about being the main character in the game? Is the entire game thinks that you have plot armor. So what do? They attack you first. All the time. You have 100% aggro at the start of every fight. You would make the ultimate tank in the game, right? So, okay, so now you're tanking. So you're saying, I need to be tanky as fuck, and I need to have a bunch of defense. So you get all the defense, and then you can't hurt anybody, you can't hit anybody, you can't attack anybody, but you're almost invincible until everybody else dies because you didn't threaten anybody, and then they come kill you anyway, right? So how do you tank? Well, you have to do enough damage to keep their interest to where you actually are a threat. So you need to be some DPS, right? How do you do that with sword and board? Well, avoid the shit that says, this reduces your damage, this reduces your attack. Don't pick that. Pick shit that this hits people hard, and then if you master this, it hits people even harder every time that you hit them. Yeah, pick that shit. And then make your party somehow do shit to like freeze and petrify everybody so that you can blow them up. Which means combos. Which is how Dragon Age 2 works. That's the only way to no-pause Dragon Age 2, is you have to have combos. And you have to understand what enemies are immune to, and what they're weak to, and what they're weak to, exploit that by about 9,000. And there you go. That's pretty much the key to it, right? Will this rant constitute as pause tactics? Am I ranting? Would you saying that I'm ranting be a stupid fucking comment that has nothing to do with what we're even doing here? That'd be my question to you. Anyway, so I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here. All right, so let's go in here real quick. We'll just get rid of this. Well, now we learned something. We learned that double haste actually works. That is absolutely beautiful. I'm willing to spend 1,000 hours in a game to learn something that I didn't know for the first 15,000 hours that I played the game. I'm like, how have I played this shit for like 17, 18 years, and I just now learned this? Like, how's that even possible? Well, there you go. Does that make me stupid? Maybe. Does it make me ignorant? Definitely makes me ignorant. Ignorant is not a crime. Intentionally being ignorant is a crime. That's called stupid. So, if we learn something and we just proved it to be true with about, I don't know, a little bit over a week of gameplay, it's just like, damn. Okay, well, let's go try that shit on something that I've always kind of wanted to do anyway. Sounds cool to me. So that's what we're going to do. What time is it, though? Almost 5? I don't have to get off yet. I got to get off in the relatively near future-ish. We're eating into our sleep time, but this is exciting because we just learned, maybe some of us, so I say we loosely, learned something new in Dragon Age, is that this could be some like legit shit, and I've never seen this build before, so maybe I've been playing this for a long time, and I've looked at what other people have come up with, and they've come up with some cool shit, like 3 blood mages and Oghren, and using Oghren as a blood slave, you know, that type of shit. I've seen some really cool build ideas, you know, just like 4 rogues, or is it 4 rogues? Is it 4 rogues? No, wait. No, that's Dragon Age 2, 4 rogues. You, Sebastian, Varric, and Isabella. I guess technically 4 rogues if you count Shale. Shale's not a rogue. I mean, theoretically you could do that. Theoretically, you, Zevran, Liliana, and Shale. It's not technically 4 rogues, but you can make like Shale like ranged, you know, that type of stuff. I think Templar for the Templar specifically. I mean, yeah, of course. That's pretty much elemental resistance. I mean, there's that, but then you've also got the armor that you get from what's his name? Wade's shop. It's Lord such and such's armor. I forget what it's called, but it's like a heavy plate mail, and it really has like it's a good stamina regen boost on it. It's a stamina boost, really. I think you could just ignore that. I mean, the only thing extra stamina does for you with Berserk is that one particular ability. And I'm not using the hammer, so I don't think I would buff stamina. Probably Reaver Champion or Reaver Templar. Yeah. Reaver Templar, yeah. Reaver is just the more health you lose, the more damage you do. Cool. And that's manageable because you're using sword and board. So you're obviously going to take less too, right? And then remember, Templar has the, what is it? Well, they got Holy Smite, but they've got, man, what is that Holy Smite? There's one where, I think it's Holy Smite. I'm pretty sure it's Holy Smite. So it does damage, but it aggroes. It acts like a taunt. So if you had like Holy Smite and taunt, there you go. Like literally that would be like double taunt. And if you're doing enough damage, There you go. And you can actually position yourself instead of Alistair. I mean, I guess in Ostagar you just got, what, 2 sword and boards? That's going to be kind of awkward, but whatever. I mean, we can build towards that, so. I guess you'd still get a mage in the circle tower. Can't pick any of the chests or get any of the good loot, which kind of fucking sucks. I mean, you could pick up what's his name? Davith. You get Davith to open 1 or 2 chests for you.
The
but
Chantry teaches us that it
you
is
can't
the
have all the
hubris
good
of
stuff.
men which brought the Darkspawn into our world. The mages had
something
sought
like that,
to
probably.
usurp heaven, but instead
the Templar Reaper,
they
yeah,
destroyed
that
it.
sounds like the best idea. I mean, Champion has.
They were cast out, twisted and cursed by their own corruption.
Which one has Rally? Champion has Rally.
They returned as monsters, the first of the Dark.
There's something to be said for that too. Oh, look at the peacock feathers.
They
Watch
became
this.
a blight upon the lands.
Oh, there's all 5.
Unstoppable and relentless.
One of them has a shield too.
The dwarven
One of the blights
kingdoms were
took
the
a
first to fall.
long time.
And from the deep roads,
I think it was the second one. I'm pretty sure the
Darkspawn
second
drove at us again and
old god
again,
you saw there,
until
old god
finally
Darkspawn,
we neared
had a shield too. I think it was the second blight took the longest. It was either the second or the fourth. I think it was the second. Took the longest. First one was Dumont. And Dumont, I'm not going to say he fled, but he never died. You didn't have any wardens in the first blight. Wardens were a result of the first blight.
Until the Grey
And it took him
Wardens
forever to kill the
came.
fucking archdemon in the second blight,
Men and
if I
women
remember
from
right.
every race, warriors and mages.
Duncan just actually
barbarians
just
and
showed you
kings.
that.
The Grey Wardens sacrificed everything to stem the tide of darkness and prevail.
You know what's great about double haste is if one of your mages goes down, like Morgan does something really nasty and everybody just pounces on Morgan, guess what? Win is still up. And you can at least have some taunt control. So I don't want to cheat. I don't want to go to Lothering and just like level up to like 25.
And we have
I don't want to cheat on this one. I want to actually make a build and see if it's actually like viable.
To return. But those who once called us heroes
Remember, as much as we
have
want double
forgotten.
haste, getting haste at some point is cool.
We are few now.
With somebody.
And our warnings have been
Probably
ignored
win
for too
first.
long.
If we can get Mana Clash with Morgan and get haste with win first, then we can beeline for double haste with Morgan, which is going to take 4 levels.
It may even be
And
too
then
late.
start
For I
working
have
on
seen
blood
with
magic.
my own eyes.
So let's see,
what
Morgan's
lies
going to
on the
have.
horizon.
See, she's already got like 1.
Maker, help us all.
Mana Clash take Morgan like 3 levels, so that puts her at like, once we get Morgan, she's like what, 3? That put her at 6. Get her haste, that would put her at 10 or 11. She can't have blood magic till 14. She can't even use blood magic. She can't even use like blood wound and all the cool shit until she's much later than that. So shit works for me. Yeah, you're definitely going to collect those. I say we start as a dwarf to get extra money. Dwarf noble. This is actually
Greetings. Greetings. Oh, my spell! My weapon does nothing.
Yeah. I don't really ever quit till I hear, what does it take to kill these things? That's
You're in my way.
This is my favorite line ever.
Goodbye. Don't be foolish. Oh, my spell!
Come on, man.
This isn't working. Need something else. You're in
One
my
time.
way.
Just one time. One time.
Goodbye. Don't be foolish. Oh, my spell!
Oh, come on, man.
What does it take to kill these things?
Yes! That's all I wanted to hear. What does it take to kill these things? Oh, man. Gotta love it. Those are the insane eyes. Those are the crazy eyes. That's how your girlfriend looks at you when she's about to say or do some shit that just makes no sense at all. Like you don't even know that you put the milk on the wrong shelf in the fridge. You don't even know, but you're about to die for it. That's what that look was. Just saying. Just throwing that out there. Hold on a second. Okay, maybe that's not the worst thing ever. Fuck it. We're just gonna go with it. Who are you looking at like that? Oh, that's awesome. Oh wait, we could maybe use a tattoo. I doubt it. I really like the little brand tattoo from the from the commoner. Yeah, all these noble tattoos. Yeah, it's kind of fucking annoying, to be honest. Yeah, the commoner tattoo is pretty cool, though. You didn't put the toilet seat down. Now, 3 of your members are going to get chopped off. I'll let you guess which those are. Like, what the fuck is going on here? Seriously. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, that's... Yeah, let's go with that. Yeah, sure, why not? Okay, alright, so yeah. We need something in Dex at this point. Even though it's just sword and board. Well, nothing in Dex yet. Alright, the cool thing here is we're gonna get our Dex to about... It still does leave something to desire to actually roll with a dagger in a shield. It really kind of does. Then you can really just... You're kind of treating Dex as your primary thing. I don't think you get the piercing benefit that you do with a rogue. I think that's where the cutoff point is. I'm not saying it's faster, and it's got a little bit higher crit chance, a little bit higher armor penetration. I don't know, man. I'm still going with the Veshiel. I don't know. I see something. Who was it? Was it? I think it was Lionel. Lionel probably brought this up and said, "Man, there's a build. It's a dude on YouTube. It's what's his name? All right, hold on a second. It's something Herseg. It's I'm not sure what language this is. Let's see. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on, because I wrote it down because I recognize the name, and yeah, it's something Herseg, like Herceg, and he does like all these really creative things. Now, some of his stuff only works on PC. It's not going to work the same on console. I'm not criticizing his stuff. That's what he plays on, and he came up with some like really cool creative shit. It's like something Zeg Herseg or something like that. Hold on a second. I wrote it down. I actually wrote it down because I was like, I recognize that. And yeah, he's got some really cool shit. Well, I mean, I guess if you Herceg, if you actually went and, searched that on YouTube, you would find them. Because that's I remember being Herseg. That sounds right to me. Oh, fuck. I don't remember. That's the crazy thing about writing some shit down. You forget where you wrote it down, and it's like Heg Herseg, or Kiss Herseg. Oh, okay, I think that's it. Yeah, like some of the coolest build ideas. Like, just fucking around with the game, just making up some cool shit, and just seeing if it works, right? And then, like, this actually, like, kind of works, right? I'm not saying it works all the time, and there's a lot of stuff you can do on PC that you can't do on console. So there's some things that I'm like, okay, I see you have, like, 18 hotkeys and 30,000 things that you didn't tell us that you farmed for, like, 1,000 hours to go get. Okay, well, okay, fine. But cool. He'll still show you like what he's got and what he did and how he did it and stuff like that. I mean, if you're down with like Dragon Age Origin shit, I don't know that he's done anything on like any other Dragon Age games or whatever, but he's done a lot of Origin stuff, and it's really, really creative. I think my favorite was the 3 Blood Mage Oghren. Took Oghren and turned Oghren into a blood slave. So Oghren was like constantly force fielded, and Ogren was constantly taunting, so everybody that gathered around Ogren just got nuked with like blood wound, and then you would have like 3 blood mages working up like a storm of the century and shit, and they were just nuking everything. No, there's no disarming traps, there's no picking locks, there's no actually playing the game. What there is just nuking everything with a bunch of blood mages, like these fucking movie witches that you see cackling, you know, boiling, you know, body parts in a pot and shit, just using Ogren as this blood slave to constantly replenish their magic so they can nuke everything. Dude, it's some creative shit. I'm serious. Like who the fuck thinks to do that? So I'm giving somebody absolute props. All right, that person will probably never hear this, but yeah, absolutely. If you go look that person up on YouTube, it's some really fun stuff. If you're familiar with Dragon Age Origins, you're gonna find some shit there, and you're gonna be like, oh my god, I never thought of this. How do you even do that? And obviously spent hours, hundreds of hours, working on some of that stuff just to see if it was viable. Which is, I mean, if you're a YouTuber and you put your time into something and you put it out there and you say, you know, check this out. This is pretty cool. Isn't that what it's supposed to be about? It's supposed to be cool like that. So, yeah. Absolute props. I think it's like Danish or Swedish or something like that. Anyway, whatever. Doesn't matter. Cool stuff. Appreciate it, guys. So yeah. Those some crazy ass eyes right there. How'd you like to wake up seeing those eyes looking at you? What the fuck did I do now? I'm dying. Okay, I'm just dying now. I'm about to die. Just like that. Just dying right this second. Like your character looking around like, does anybody else want to support me on this killing this mortal? It doesn't realize that my insanity is sanity and that they're insane because I don't agree with them. Because they didn't do anything wrong at all. But I made up something. Yeah. That's exactly what those eyes are saying. Still probably take the strength here. We're gonna need it regardless. I'm like seriously considering using the whole dagger, board and dagger. Like, what is that? D&B? D&B? No, I think it's longer than that. It's our 1 week anniversary. Today is our 24-hour anniversary. What? Yeah, gotcha. That's awesome. I thought it was what? Oh, you thought. Did I tell you to think? What? Oh my god. That's awesome. That is awesome. See what I don't like doing with a warrior, period, is putting anything into anything other than strength. But if you have to put into dex, and you dumped everything into dex, and you had like a dagger, I guess theoretically sometimes your armor penetration would be higher. Your damage would be lower overall, I think. But your armor penetration would be higher sometimes, and if you had a top-notch weapon, theoretically, you could do some more damage at times. Although armor penetration is not bad with an axe. Now, I think how you negate... Oh. Now tell me this isn't true. I think how you negate the need for a dagger is if you have Leliana in your party and she's got a really high cunning skill and she's got like a massive Song of Courage. I think that armor penetration is going to be basically irrelevant at that point. Especially if you have a strength weapon, right? You want your dex to be enough to where you're dodging some attacks. You don't have to tank everything, right? And sword and board definitely gives you that. What do you mean I can't use the emergency credit card to get my hair done? I'd be like, we don't have an emergency credit card. What are you talking about? Well, that's what you told me when I met you. No. Actually, I said, what kind of coffee do you like? That's some insane shit. Hey, Ariel, wait, hold on. How are you like that in tune with that right there? That's almost scary. How are you that in tune with that? So I'm gonna factor in Leliana, and so I'm not treating this as a solo operation here. I'm not treating this as solo operation. I like party builds. It's a party game. I like party builds. Like if I was playing like a Dragon Age or a Elder Scrolls game or something, I would be doing this different, obviously. But I'm factoring in like who I'm gonna have later, so like that's definitely a thing. So if we're gonna do sword and board, we don't need this yet. We're gonna be replacing Alistair. We're gonna be replacing Alistair. So still always want this. Still always want this. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, it's no big deal. Alright, so you start with Sword and Board, which is friggin' amazing. So there you have it. Oh, and we can get Taunt early too. But we gotta have something to actually work with. Alright, so... Oh, shit. Oh, wow, we can have this, like, right now? Wow. Okay, well, we're gonna have Alistair early, so we can have Alistair for Taunt, but early. But later, we can go ahead and grab that for ourselves, and we can start replacing Alistair. Like, as soon as we get to the Circle Tower. I'm trying to plan out how I can, like... We got Shield Bash, so we have an ability that we can actually use for something. This is the one right here. If the character has Shield Mastery, the damage from each hit increases. You hit the target 4 times. Dude, that's like... It's like a finisher. And then what I don't do is I don't take Shield Wall. Shield Wall only makes you immune to direct knockdown attacks. The only thing that knocks you down is a charging ogre. Grabs don't count as knockdown attacks. So when a spider jumps on you and eats your face and it's and all that shit, and when a werewolf grabs you and starts slashing you to death, or when a dragon fucking grabs you and starts chewing on your ass, and when an ogre picks you up, the only direct knockdown attack I think is just an ogre charging you. Why would you spend an entire everything on that? It does give you a bonus to armor and likelihood of shrugging off missile attacks. Missile attacks are what's going to kill you. So 99% of the time. Seriously? I'm just going to roll with shield defense. It's not going to do anything here, though. Anything that increases my attack would be great. I think I'll just take this. Greater health. I think I'll just take that for right now. Those are things I'm definitely going to want, but...
Frostback Mountains sits Orzammar, the larger of 2 known remaining dwarven cities in the world. Orzammar was once
maybe I should have taken...
major empire.
Well, I'm going to get to level up at least one more time, right?
Deep roads.
Maybe 2 more times?
Stretched thousands of miles.
Probably 2 more times. One time
the city now stands alone,
in the Idukan bullshit, and then the other time in the Deep Roads itself.
Darkspawn incursion.
Maybe 3 more times. Because then we got to do the proving, too.
Secure in Orzammar's impregnable construction, the dwarven noble houses continue their centuries-old power struggles. Assassination and blackmail are commonplace, but the appearance of honor is paramount. You are the 2nd child of King Endron of House Idukan, the 9th Idukan ruler elected by the Noble Assembly. You grew up in a world rife with political intrigue and have struggled against brothers and cousins for honor and prestige. Today, a feast celebrates your first military commission, the opening move towards real power in the ever-changing game of dwarven
I think
politics.
At least.
Greetings, my lady. You are dressed and ready. Excellent.
With those crazy eyes.
I couldn't find the armor's matching dagger, but I scrounged up a rather fancy longsword. Do you wish to wear your shield to the noble's feast? As opposed to the paragon of beauty?
Oh, fuck it, stop it, dude.
One can't take all this marching.
He's not serious. He's just like...
too seriously.
Come on, man.
Moving on to the business at hand.
Y'all are homies.
The king expects you to make an appearance at the feast, but there's no rush. The noble family heads will spend hours boring your father with petitions and petty grievances.
Dude, it's fucking 5:30 in the morning. Are you fucking kidding me? Okay. Whatever.
As part of the celebrations, permits have been auctioned off to members of the merchant caste who wish to sell wares in the Diamond Quarter. Lord Harrowmont has also opened up the provings for young warriors to test their mettle before tomorrow's battle.
The morning went too quick.
Swept off
I started streaming too late.
Young nobleman wins the provings in your honor. Win the proving in your own honor. That would be most interesting. Shall we then? With you as always, my lady. The day is ours until the feast.
Five coppers. And no lockpicking skills whatsoever. I can't wait till we can run around double speed like this. The sword and board just killing shit. Let's see, so we're not doing two-hander, which kind of sucks. Just go ahead and sell that, I guess. So the damage is not only less with a dagger, but the strength modifier. That strength modifier, that's okay. So I've got a longsword here. So if I get an axe, that strength modifier is going to be 1.1. All right, 0.15 plus 0.10 is 0.25. That's a 1/4 strength nerf from a dagger. It's a nerf. Now, that's the strength. That's not a damage nerf. That doesn't mean that you take off an entire point of damage. But that does mean that whatever your strength is, it does reduce the damage. Critical chance is going to be higher. The armor penetration is going to be at least the same, if not a little bit higher. The best dagger in the game requires about the same amount of dex that you need for all the sword and board skills. Right? It would just kind of mean deciding that, okay, you know what? I'm not investing in strength anymore. I'm just investing in straight dex as if I'm a rogue. But you don't get the benefits from a dagger that a rogue does. Not all of them. So, I don't know. If this was an axe, the damage would be more like probably like 6. And critical chance would be about the same. Armor penetration would be a little bit higher. 3, probably instead of 2. And the strength modifier would be 1.1, which would be a 25% difference. 0.25 is 25%. Which means whatever my strength is, if I get an axe, it increases that by 10% instead of reducing it by 15%. So, and that's not just attack chance, that's actually damage. So, like, that's a thing. I need an axe, is what I need. And we got this too. God damn, dude. Strength, willpower, armor, health. Strength, willpower, armor. Health. I don't really want to have to wait for that. That's like way down the road. Well, let's go.
I am at your service.
I can't do that.
My Lord Balin?
Oh, I'm...
Right?
Good day, Lady Iduken.
I can't do
Literally 1,000 miles an hour.
I am at your service.
I want to see what the attack speed with a sword and board is. Because your shield is actually a weapon too, so you're almost dual wielding. Almost. Now that would be faster if you're playing with a dagger.
Sure you want to go to the feast now?
That would be faster if you're playing a dagger. That is true.
Inside. I can't wait to see who's fighting today.
He probably has bets on it. Well,
I can't do that.
I don't know that there's like really a mace that. I mean, there's this, but we wouldn't be able to use it like forever, and I don't think it's all that anyway. It's worth a shit ton. It's got an 8 damage as a dragon bone. Sorry, man. A longsword has 7 damage. A mace has 8 damage. The armor penetration is cool, but an axe has the same armor penetration and has like 3 times the critical chance, and has a 10% strength modifier, and has all the cool shit that this has. Plus 4 strength, plus 4 damage, so that's 12 damage. Sorry, man. Like, I mean, the Vestial just still beats the shit out of this, and I can't use this until I get 32 strength anyway, so, like, why would I even do that? The answer is, I wouldn't do that.
I can't do that.
Your father has allowed the merchants to show their wares in the diamond quarter.
Sure, we can work this out reasonably. It's in the records. There's nothing... Please, Master Volney. My work is accredited by the Shaper.
These books are lies written by the enemies of House Volney.
I write only what I find in the ancient records. Lady Iduken, you can vouch for my work, can't you? Your father loved my History of Iduken, Paragon King, Peacemaker.
Wait, hold on a second. This is when you look at Volney and it's like, didn't I see you behind my boyfriend at the Starbucks drive-thru the other day? That's all it takes. Let me see your phone. Let me see your phone right now. Like, what? Who the fuck are you? The crazy eyes. Oh, you can just make up anything at this point.
The king, as well as several other lords, are quite fond of his work. He writes of the ancient paragons.
This worm has written a book that slanders my house.
Oh, what does it say?
It doesn't matter. It's all lies.
Oh, it doesn't matter what it says. You're about to kill this guy for something that doesn't matter. Because it's all lies because you say so. Alright, well,
My work tells the stories.
I think I'll
of all
listen to
those
this guy
raised
instead.
paragons in the last 500 years. When the Assembly names a paragon, that man or woman is then, by definition, everything one can aspire to be in the world. They form their own noble houses and are revered as living
so I
ancestors.
guess the dwarves are a lot like
Paragons
Rome.
start off as men.
And the paragons are Caesars. And even if they're complete fucking decadent pieces of fucking satanic shit, they're just the ruler because, well, they're everything one aspires to be because they got voted in. And if you didn't vote them in, you die. And your entire family dies. That sounds like a hell of a system. There's a lot of integrity there, I'm sure. More integrity than American politics or the UK politics. True story. We don't care about Iranian politics because their politics is who's up next. Anyway.
Volney became a paragon by the narrowest margin in history. One vote. A vote mired in rumors of intimidation, intrigue, and outright bribery. The records of that vote are kept in the Shaperate and are a matter of fact. Not liking history doesn't make it any less true.
So you can just force somebody into godhood amongst the dwarves for a while, and do all your insider trading and do all your scams and do all your fraud and do all your shit. That means your system sucks. Remember, America was not a democracy. America was a union. The UK, very democratic. Now, democracy. And look what that gets us. A lot of evil fucking pedophile billionaires taking all of our tax money so they can do a bunch of shit that they're going to have to answer for before God. Remember, they're not getting away with it. Just remember that. They are not getting away with one single bit of it. Even if all the people appointed by Trump can't convict anybody, because they're all part of the same system. Whatever, they still have to answer for it. You can sleep easy tonight knowing they still have to answer for it. All those people in the UK setting up those grooming squads to rape your little white children, and you can't do shit about it. If you say anything about it, you go to prison. Those people will have to answer for that. And answer they will. And you and your children will be at peace. Looking forward. I know that's not a whole lot of comfort now, but I mean, maybe it's something. Anyway. Yeah. To our cousins, or brothers, if you will. Our cousins across the pond, to our brothers over there. Yeah. Yeah, you'll be avenged. I can't do this forever. Anyway.
You're taking his side? What if he published a book like this about your paragon?
I love this right here. I wish this was a response. Your paragon's a bitch. My paragon is amazing. Go fuck your paragon with a cactus. How about that? Can you imagine a response like that? Why would he write something like that about my paragon? My paragon is badass. Your paragon is literally Satan's asshole taking a shit on the universe. No. This scholar, this person of obvious intellectual integrity would never say anything of that like that about my paragon. It's your paragon that sucks. Yeah.
And Volney was not? Must you disparage a paragon? You've made a huge mistake.
Oh, no. Who made the mistake? Who just made the mistake? I made a mistake? You made a mistake telling me I made a mistake. This is some Goodfellas type shit. Forget about it. Make sure he gets dropped off the nearest bridge with some cement boots on. Huh? Forget about it. just goes straight up Goodfellas. No, that's yeah. Their government is an economy. Let's see. How would I put this, Ariel? You might be you might actually appreciate this. I would say, in regards to that comedy sketch, in relation to their government, who is going to step up to the plate that is actually going to do something other than rape kids and deprive women and free people of any right to life? Who's going to ever step up to that plate? And every single person that steps up to that plate gets warheads on foreheads, because they can't do that. Why can't they do that? Why does their spirit deprive them of the ability of giving people freedom, any kind of happiness, any kind of rights, any kind of anything? anybody that doesn't agree with their pedophile, satanic, pedophile following, pig god worshipping, terrorist, murdering, piece of fucking shit asses. If you don't go along with that, then you need to die too, even though you're their people. They don't have any people. You're talking about demons. These are devils incarnate. These are literally satanically possessed individuals. So yeah, who's next up? So you can make it funny. You can make a joke out of it. Actually, making a joke out of it is probably the best way to do it. But who's going to step up to the plate that's actually going to defend any woman ever? That's not going to fuck a little kid ever? That's not going to follow a pedophile as a prophet and a pig god in worship? Name somebody that's going to step up to the plate to lead these people. You know, they got actually voted into the UN, as far as I know, in the United Nations, to harbor and sponsor women's, civil, and children's rights in the world. That's pretty funny. That's the who's on first. Now that's reality. So it's not funny at all, is it? I mean, if you got to make it, yeah, like you see the tattoos, right? Laugh now, cry later. Laugh now in your face. Make it a joke. Cry later because it's tragic. So, yeah, to your point, that's what I would say to that. Let's see. Shall I have him killed, my lady? Oh yeah. Don't just have him killed. Have him killed right now, publicly, so everybody knows why he died. He decided to step up to the plate and ask who's on first. Okay, just make sure when he's falling into the lava, he's just screaming who's on first.
Understood.
Good man.
You've shown yourself more daring and aggressive today than most believed of you. Someday I hope to write of the great exploits you are sure to perform.
Word has been sent. He won't live past the hour.
He won't live past the hour.
House Idukan, a friend to research.
You should be able to say, stop. He's not dead yet. And then old homie is just going to be like, oh, give me a second. Now he's dead. Okay, cool. All right, now we can keep talking. As long as that threat is out of the way, that's one less congressman or senator to fucking rape their interns and fucking molest and eat a child and make billions off our tax dollars while they launder our money through our own systems that take all of our tax dollars. Yeah, that's one less person that could do that. That's what I would love to hear. Not arrested, just executed. Executed for treason, not in Congress, not in the Senate, not a House of Representatives, not anybody in the American government, not anybody in the UK government, not anybody in any Christian country's government. Dead. Executed. Executed for crimes committed. They're gone, and now the world's a better place. I'd love to hear that at least once. Yet we never do. They just keep getting to do this shit to us, and our children, and our people, and our country, our economy, our churches. They just get to keep doing that all they want. And the only people that can do anything about it are the people that are doing it. How can you get the sheriff to investigate serial killings that the sheriff committed? That's the problem here. This is what a one world government under satanic rule looks like. And we're actually living in it. You'll see it. We're not, I mean, we're pretty close. The birth pains are coming pretty close. The birth pains are almost every day now. To the birth of a new age that doesn't have this in it. Better hope you're on the right side of that when that happens. And if you don't know what that means, you're not on the right side of that. Maybe you should do something about that. True story. But I'm gonna go ahead and get all the gold from the scholar because he's alive now because of me. He needs to pay for that.
Of course.
Because I have weapons to buy and I have things to do.
King and Peacemaker, perhaps? Of course.
Of course.
Here you go. I'll just be about my work then.
Damn, 3 1/4. 3 1/4 sovereigns. That's kind of nice, not gonna lie.
The finest in home decorations.
Ah, my friend. Enjoying the festivities so far?
Quite. Dyed with the finest saffron and indigo.
Have you heard about tomorrow's assault on the Darkspawn burrow?
I've seen Prince Balin Iduken himself wearing a robe made of something quite similar.
So I pay...
My Lady Iduken, you honor me by visiting my humble booth. May I show you my wares? Please, look as you will.
Well, now we got 350 sovereigns, so that'll work. Why would you buy all these gems? I think you can turn some of this shit in later for, well, maybe the dwarfs, actually. I'm not sure which ones. I don't know why you would, like, spend this much money here. You'd probably hope you just gather that stuff, right?
Our trust follow, big sister. How surprising to run into you out among the common folk.
Especially since duty requires that you attend our King Father at the feast today. Have you so little respect for him to disregard his wishes on a day set
if you'd have
aside
said
for
just
you?
the first part,
Lord Harrowmont
I
told me
might
you
have been
wouldn't be
able to
needed for
tolerate
hours at
this,
least.
but...
Silence! If I want the opinion of my siblings second, I will ask for it.
Yes, Your Highness.
Oh, wow. You know what? Don't talk to my homie like that, bitch.
I speak to lower houses and castes as they should be spoken to. Now do as I say.
Yeah, no, you can turn that shit. I think you turn the gems into the dwarfs. Once you get the dwarfs, like at the end of the game, you can turn certain gems in for XP. It's worth XP. Not like it really matters, but yeah.
Your lack of a sense of duty to your house is obvious. I can't imagine why you're receiving a commission. I expect after tomorrow I'll spend much time apologizing to the heads of the noble houses for the deaths of their children under your incompetent command.
That's a bit harsh, isn't it, Trian?
As heir to the throne, it is my duty to impart wisdom.
You put
and
yourself
judgment
into
upon
a
those
point
who need
of
it. Now
importance
then,
that
get to the feast.
nobody else... Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and say this. Do you know exactly, like, characterizing Trian right here? Do you know who Trian is amongst the dwarves? Trian is LeBron James to the dwarves. The only person that thinks he's really that important is himself and those people that are stupid enough to think that he's that important when he doesn't have any of the importance that he claims to have. Like, the motherfucker is the most useless piece of irrelevant shit on the planet. And it just has way too much money so that it thinks it fucking matters. And all that money came from people that should never have given this motherfucker a single cent. You should charge LeBron James to exist. If LeBron James was homeless, it would be more than he deserves. I don't care how much he can dribble, because when somebody finally told him to shut the fuck up, you can't even speak English and dribble, the Democrats said LeBron James needs to be defended because he can't speak English and he can barely dribble. And if he misdribbles, he flops like a bitch, and he compares himself to somebody that can actually play basketball better than anybody else, which is Michael Jordan. Yeah, LeBron James is literally Trian. I probably need to go tweet that. Trian equals LeBron James. And if you know, you know. If you don't, then, well, then you'll never know. So whatever. Anyway, if you get it, you get it.
I'd advise you to watch that tongue, dear sibling. Father will not live forever. Come, Balin.
That's the weakest ass shit I ever heard in my life.
That was fun. Nothing like being talked down to by the next king.
He's got to be alive to be king.
Perhaps this isn't the best place for that sort of talk, shall we?
Just saying. Got to be alive to be king. Punk motherfucker. Talk to me like that again and you will not be alive to be king. I don't give a shit about any of that shit. Yes, just say one more thing like that. We're not brother sister. Now you're enemy and you die.
Greetings, my lady. May I say you look striking today. Is this your paramour? He wears both his vambraces, unmarried and eligible.
I'm flattered, ladies, but I'm not a noble. I'm a knight of the warrior caste.
Warrior caste isn't bad.
And you're like,
Kelly, we didn't pay gold for these permits.
What's going on? Yeah, okay, totally. What's going on? What's going on?
We're noble hunters, my lady.
What's going on?
Because a man takes his caste from his father, they hope to bear a noble lord's son.
Oh, more dwarven fucking liberal bullshit.
To join the house as a
Imagine that.
To care for her son. It brings new swords to a house, so many nobles look favorably on such women.
Sounds like politicians being promoted and elected. Even if they're not elected, they're still elected based on some kind of merit that's passed down to them, like Hunter Biden, whose laptop would get half the fucking U.S. Congress executed. And yet, here we go. Not a single arrest made. And it has nothing to do with these two young ladies right here just doing what they can within the system that's been passed down to them, forcing them to whore themselves out and use their private parts for any kind of anything to make a future for themselves because that's what the system has demanded that they do. Damn, if you live in America, that sounds kind of familiar. Especially if you're a female in America. Wow, man. The parallels here are pretty extreme, aren't they? But, I mean, if you wanted to come to our house and fucking hang out and do shit, I'm pretty sure this is what Jesus would do. You can come to our house, and if you want to do that, you don't have to sell yourself. You can just come to our house and, find somebody you like and just, do shit. I'm pretty sure that's what Jesus would do, so let's just go ahead and do that.
And then perhaps you'd tell your brothers to come say hello?
Sure.
Kelly, mind your manners.
Well, maybe not Balin, and maybe not Trian. Let's just kill them and then get some more brothers, and then we can talk about it. Until then, you can stay at our house because we got way too much money. And we are not living on stolen land because we killed the people who used to own this land, and so now we own it. And if you really don't like that, go fucking fuck yourself with the cactus. Yeah, I think that's how that goes.
My lady is kind and generous beyond her duty.
Yeah. Works for me. Now you can get a really good dagger here, by the way.
I am so honored to have you visit my booth. I have a proposition, but I dared not approach.
You think that's crazy?
There now.
I think it's common sense. Does that make me crazy? My character crazy? Does it? Really? I guess you'd have to judge that, right? Gorham, stop threatening to kill everybody. Gorham, would you stop threatening to kill every single person we stop to talk to? Gorham's like, if you say anything else, I'll kill you before you're even dead. It's like, Gorham, just fucking chill. Can I just see what this person is selling? Can I just do that? If you wish, maybe. But I might kill you anyway. God damn, Gorham. Gorham's like hardcore. Gorham is one of those thugs. I don't know if you've ever heard the Cat Williams skit where you're like angry at breakfast. You got to be hard all the time because you're gangster 24/7. You got to be angry over like bacon and eggs and shit, right? Gorham's that dude. He's like he's so hard that he's angry at breakfast. He's like, if you got orange juice, God damn it, however you pour the orange juice, you should probably be shot for that. Because thug life and shit, right? That's Gorham. It's like, can I really just ask this dude what he's selling without you threatening to fucking kill him, his entire family, and then go back and find past generations and then write them out of the shape writ and shit like that? Can you just not do that? That'd be awesome. Anyway.
Sorry. So nervous. I had a dagger made for you as a gift for your first command. Sent a messenger to deliver the dagger to you.
Probably so.
Prince Trian had him thrown out. I don't know what offense he caused, but I had him beaten severely. Here it is, Your Highness.
That's an amazing piece, merchant.
You do me much honor, sir. The blade has been crafted over a period of 2 years by masters of every art. I wish to bless the lady's first command and hope that someday,
why is the dagger
when she
still,
rules, she will wear it.
when it comes down to it, a piece of shit? Why does the dagger still suck?
The assembly wills it. Forgive me, sir, but whispers say the second child of Endrin will be chosen.
Why does the dagger
Whispers
still suck?
indeed. It's a princely gift. If Trian recognizes it, though, it may send the wrong message. Or the right one, depending on your view.
Thank you. You bring uncountable honor to me.
What he means is that you'll bring uncountable gold to him if you wear that piece in public.
Yeah, so here's the thing. So we can go look at the dagger. I mean, still, I don't think it compensates. I just don't. I mean, you can totally roll with that, I guess. All right, so that's that. Interesting. You can just go ahead and sell it. Right? Let's sell it. All right, guys. You know what? We're gonna go do the proving in our own armor.
Your amazing Idukan armor, but if you wish something made,
You know very well House Idukan has its
Like
own
in
royal
Goodfellas,
armorers.
he's like Joe Pesci. He's like, just any little. It doesn't. If it's not an insult, you insult me by not insulting me, so I have to kill you for that. 100% Joe Pesci. The reason I'm insulted is that you didn't insult me, which insults me because you should have insulted me, but you didn't. So therefore, I have to kill you for that. And the fact that I have to say this is going to make me kill you even like harder, and then bury you somewhere, you know, to sleep with the fishes and shit, right?
You honor.
It's 100%. Fucking straight up Joe Pesci. Seriously. This doesn't necessarily mean that he's like, you know, mafia level insecure, but I mean, just saying. Now, here's the thing: you got large shields and small shields. That's the thing. You got kite shields, and And then you got, I don't know, just bigger shields, right? So they don't show any kind of damage. So large shield has bigger defense and slightly larger fatigue. Small shields don't seem to have any fatigue, right? Higher missile deflection. No strength modifier on these. So I guess if you find a shield that has a strength modifier and a decent defense, you're not going to get any damage stats on a shield in Origins that I'm aware of. In Dragon Age 2, you have damage stats. And you're going to use those. So here's my question. On a ability
Nonsense,
like
woman.
this.
Your words bring shame upon.
Here, let me show you. This is what I'm talking about. On an ability like ability like this. The character quickly strikes the target 4 times. Here, the character lashes out with the shield 3 times. The first 2 hits inflict normal damage. The first 2 hits inflict normal damage. Based on what? You're attacking with a shield that has no damage stat. Is it your primary weapon stat? And your shield just carries your primary weapon stat? Which, once again, tells me that, honestly, if you're using a single-handed strength weapon, it would carry more damage. Right? I think this assault, I think, is like a shield attack, shield, shield attack, shield. Like it's something like that. And then shield pummel. The character follows up an attack with 2 hits from the shield, dealing normal damage with each attack. Normal damage from what? You're hitting them with a shield. The shield has no damage stats. So, this is my question. Do the damage stats come from the size, defense, strength modifier from your shield, or does it come from your primary weapon? Regardless. And if that's the case, your shield is going to carry over from your main hand weapon. And if that's the case, then a strength weapon is going to hit harder than a dagger. If your dagger is 25 to 30% less damage on average, then your shield is going to hit that much weaker. So, let's go look. Let's just Google this real quick. This is a really good question. We're playing sword and board specifically. Somebody was telling me dagger and board. So let's just go investigate and see if that's actually a thing. All right, so let's see. How hard does the shield hit Dragon Age Origins? Shield wielding warriors primarily designed for defense, blah blah blah. I don't give a fuck about that. How hard is the shield? Okay, so all right, let me go look at the actual ability. All right, so what is it? Let's just look at assault. Dragon Age Origins, Assault. So, all right, so check this out. All right, so the character quickly strikes the target 4 times, gaining +3 armor penetration and +8 attack, but damage is reduced 40% for each successful attack. So it goes 60, 35. Yeah, it's just, it. All right, so additional threat is actually drawn from that. But if you have shield mastery, then all right, so here's a little caveat. If you're using Assault, this is the only weapon and shield attack that will produce Righteous Strike. And all hits can be critical hits. They can be criticals. So that makes Leliana actually what I'm not seeing here, I mean that's really cool. What I'm not seeing here is what. Okay, let's see. Let's try this. What damage do shield attacks use? Dragon Age Origins? Let's try that. Deal physical damage based on the character's strength attribute and normal damage, which usually equates to the damage range of the equipped weapon, often benefiting from damage bonuses. So, let's just put it this way. If you're using a dagger and a shield and just trying to roll like that to make it interesting, your shield attacks are going to be weaker because your dagger damage is going to be weaker. So there you go.
Our house.
Well,
see how the edges
we just learned that.
Would you compare this to Bronca's work? Trust a woman to speak of things she doesn't understand. Be quiet now and pray the ancestors deliver Bronca back safely.
True story? I mean, we just Googled it and we just looked it up. So if you're playing Sword and Board, if you want most of your damage dealing shit abilities to maximize, yeah, you want to be using a strong weapon, not a weak ass weapon. So, and you get extra armor penetration on your shield attacks anyway. And there is one shield attack that actually can produce Righteous Strike, which is basically a passive of a Templar. So if you're playing Sword and Board, you want to be a Templar. And I think, who was it that suggested it earlier? Was it Lionel? Anyway, whoever it was, I think, yeah, I would think Reaver. Honestly, I mean, you could go Templar Champion and use Champion for an extra quick slot, but I think you're probably pretty much maxed out on your quick slots. You've got heals, you've got at least 2 Sword and Board abilities, and then on the second thing, well, if you're not going Berserker, then I don't think you need to like reevaluate every single thing you do every single time you fight. Was it Arminius? Oh, was it really? Oh, wow. I don't know how you remember that, but all right, cool. Yeah, I mean, I don't see a better way to go. I mean, Templar, you actually have a sword and board ability that actually procs some of the effects. Now, I mean, if you're using Mana Clash and you reduce an enemy's magic, and then Mana Clash hits and they don't die because you reduce their magic, right? You did a good thing and you get penalized for it. That could happen, but I really wouldn't give a shit about that. If you could just destroy his fucking spellcaster right in his bitch face and just wreck his shit, like literally in his bitch face, that works for me. All right. Okay, here's the problem. It is now after 6 in the morning and I'm up late, way too late. Yeah. But I'm pretty sure I know what we're going to do going forward. And this is kind of exciting. It may take us a couple days to actually get there, but this actually feels like it's going to be pretty cool. And we get some experience dealing with another sword and board because we got Bro Rim in our party, right? Anyway, yeah, I gotta get out of here. I can't stay up any later. I'm already losing sleep, and this is one of my longer days today, and I'm by myself. So I've got to do everything by myself today, which is good. It's good. That means if I get paid, I get paid. So there you have it. Yeah, it'd be cool to see. I mean, even if it takes a while to actually get to the point where it actually kind of plays out, this is actually like super interesting, and it doesn't require any DLC either. You can do this. You can do this with the base game. Like you don't need shit really. I mean, there's some free DLCs which you're gonna have regardless, like Honleith and stuff like that. That's free shit. Doesn't cost you anything. So yeah. Anyway, all right. Well, good night, guys. I'm gonna go try to find something to eat real quick, and then just go straight to sleep and wake up with a stomach ache, and get to work. And I'll see you guys tonight. And yeah. It'll be laundry night, so I'm gonna have to stay up for a while anyway. And we'll just go from here. All right. Good night, everybody. You guys take care. And if I don't see you, then you guys have a good week coming up, and school and work and both and whatever. And yeah, take care. Stay safe. And yeah, I'll talk to you guys.